Pebble. Wow. Hi. Good. Good. Hi. Ah. Ah. I feel like I've got something stuck in my throat. Deadfire, hi. Metal, hi. 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 How's everyone doing? I'll be excited for what we're painting tonight. Look, okay, look. I went to have a nap, and then Pink had a nap, and then everyone had a nap, and you know, then I had to eat. I'm not gonna not eat before I paint, you know? I don't want to get burger grease on my miniatures. So I had to. Wow. Wow. But yes, I am in fact late. I am in fact late. What was I doing? Eat the miniatures. No. I'm already full of microplastics. I don't need any more. I don't need macroplastics in there. Thank you very much. So tonight we are working on Luaka Vi, the mother of nightmares, or so she's called. God, I feel like my voice is really messed up today. I don't know why. It just kind of is. She's a very cool model, I have to say. Like, I don't really play Age of Sigmar. And even the Age of Sigmar models I have, she's the only one of the Order of Death or the Death Faction or whatever they're called. Because the way they have it, they have 4 main factions, like Destruction, Order, Death, and Chaos. And they have various alliances with each other of convenience. But yeah, we built her a while ago during the subathon, and I guess I was just waiting for a time to paint her on stream. Fuck microplastics, go macro. No. No, Metal. Do not let the intrusive thoughts win. Do not the plastics. Do not. She's a little vampire lady. She got little fangs on her head. On her face. She's hot. Lol. I don't know what else to say. I don't know any of her lore. All I know is that she's cool. She looks cool, and therefore she's gotta be aight, right? She looks cool. She has a great model. I'll probably use her as a demon prince in my on foot for my Emperor's Children. Probably. And she also wears purple. Hey, Ruben. So, if you are in chat and you are also doing some painting, what are you painting today? What are you guys? How are you guys feeling? We all good. We all having a nice day. I hope so. So I guess we should start out by doing all of the flesh kind of stuff. And I don't want this medium, actually. I don't know why I've got the glaze medium out. I might need the glaze medium later, but I want to find my matte medium. I thought I'd have everything prepared. And then I realized just now that there's one thing missing. And I know it's going to be around somewhere, because there's nowhere else it would be. Unlike Fulgrim, I do not want her to be really shiny. There's no, like, justification of that in the story this model is telling. So I'd rather not have to deal with that, honestly. So she's going to have a much more matte look. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me, I'm not anywhere near my microphone right now. Where is it? I mean, I could use water or airbrush medium, I guess. But for real, it should be around here. I don't know where it is. I was so certain it was in exactly the same spot as my my glazed medium, but apparently it's not. I was so certain it was on my desk. Or at least around it. I had to knock it off or something. This is the worst part about being a painter, having a disorganized desk. Hey, Chican! You're cleaning the bedroom for your new bed. You haven't slept on a real bed in 2 years? Oh, God. I remember back in the day, I used to just sleep on a mattress on the floor because like, the bed I had was shit and it was just more comfortable to do that. Not anymore, fortunately. Not anymore. What the hell is this medium? It's around somewhere, and it really annoys me. It's got to be here. Stumbling at the first crossroads, chat. Less than ideal. But anyway, how are you guys doing? I hope you're having a lovely time. I've just woken up from a nap, so I'm clearly not all here. Otherwise, you know, we'd be painting by now. At least that's the excuse I'm using, because I did all the stream prep before I actually woke up. I guess I can use some of these other mediums. It probably wouldn't be that bad a shout, actually. I don't believe the super base here has a... I don't believe super base medium has a glossy texture. So I guess we can just use that. Why not? Special type costing you for... God. What kind of thing do you need a special type of bed that's that expensive for, though? Actually, you don't need to answer that now that I think about it. You do not need to, in fact, answer that question. Also, I don't... This medium is very, not opaque. I mean, it's very... It is, in fact, very opaque. I don't know what to think about it. It feels very, not transparent. You know what? Fuck it. I don't need to dilute this. It's just a shade. I'm sure it'll be fine. Remember the last time I used this shade? And it just turned everything just really, really, like, really purple. But you know, that's okay. Just gonna dilute it a little bit with just a tiny bit of this medium. The opacity is still good. It's still like somewhat transparent. Yeah, we're just gonna thin this out. We're using Druchii Violet to start. I just think, because she's quite pale. Like, she's a vampire, so she's not going to be like she's not exactly going to be tan. Like, she's going to have very dead-looking skin. Or, well, dead-looking, a very dead-looking complexion. So my thinking is that if we just kind of wash her with a very thin kind of purple, that's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. That's my thinking, at least. I could be very wrong. I never actually painted a vampire before, so I don't actually know how this is going to go. But I think my goal, because so much of her is the skin, is if we can get the skin done first, or at least get the base colors of the skin done, we can kind of get more of an idea as to what we're looking at. Maybe that's too thin. Maybe I just want to go neat from the bottle? It's significantly darker neat from the bottle. But then there's a bit of me that thinks, maybe that's what I want. Maybe I want it to be darker, and then we can just use glazes and whatnot to tint her. I'll start down here because it doesn't matter if that's dark. You know what? Yeah, no, this is actually just fine, just straight out of the bottle. As long as I don't let the paint settle and stain too much, it should be fine to use. Just directly onto white. Because we don't want her skin to be white like it currently is. She is no white girl. Lol. Small, hey. What do I think of Night Rain so far? I like it. I get why some people don't like it, but I feel like those people just need to give it a chance, honestly. It's really fun, and it's very tempting to just spend a lot of time off stream playing it. Like, I did that this afternoon. I was just hanging out in Discord playing it. I just think it's a good... Like, once you get used to the systems in it, it has good concepts. I think the main issue for me is getting used to the UI and then understanding the map layout. That is what I think I've struggled with in most on my first session. We've only killed the first Night Lord, though. I just kind of wanted to try a couple of runs and maybe buy some more stuff from the shop, if I could. So I'll probably be going into tomorrow's stream not really having much progress. But I'll be playing with Lex, who really knows the game, and Nay's pretty good at Elden Ring, so, like, I don't know if she's actually had they've had the chance to, I don't know if they've had the chance to play the game much before our thing. But I'm excited to it. I'm just really happy. It's a game I could see myself playing probably too much of off stream. But I did realize that there were the whole remembrance things for each of the characters. That was pointed out to me while we were playing, and I almost did one, but I want to save those for when I'm on stream. So I can, like, just do them and progress the stories and whatnot. Because that's content, right? I don't want to skip content and not be able to show it off. But I like it. I like it small. You're looking forward to Vati's videos? There is one thing I don't like about Night Rain. Is that the lore is not super accessible. Well, maybe it is super accessible. Maybe it's too accessible. It's like it's in a book and you have to, like... But it feels too... It's all in one place, right? If there's a story to it, it's kind of already played out and you're just unlocking the chapters in the book to read. There's no, like, puzzle to figure out what's going on the way most Souls-likes have. And I think that that's a real... It's a different approach. I prefer the whole, oh, there's such mystery and all that. But no, they're just putting it all in a book for you to read, and I'm just like, bruh. It's not even like a book or like an item description. It's literally just in the main hub, in the journal, where you find the remembrances, and it's just, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the people who hate it for the wrong reasons. And I'm very excited to explore what Night Rain has to offer. I theorize that Night Rain is actually set in an Everjail. That's what my theory is. And that we are in fact prisoners. All the Nightbearers are prisoners of an Everjail. And this is just how they live their lives in the Everjail. That's my thinking. That's my theory. And it has no evidence based on just me kind of having a look at the world and thinking, huh, this all seems a little bit weird. You know? So it's a hunch, and it could be very wrong. But I am looking forward to exploring it more. I'm looking forward to doing it. I beat Margit earlier today in a random raid encounter. That was fun. I really like Duchess, by the way. She's very fun. I don't think I'm as good with her as I am with the Executor, though. I really like the Executor. He's very fun. I don't think he's as cool as Duchess, though. Like, the way Duchess moves gives me very nice feels. It's just like, it feels like freedom, you know? Night Rain is a 3-player co-op open world looter with a timer. It's a bunch of buzzwords to please the shareholders. That's true. She's my main at the moment. I is your secondary at the minute. I can see that. I can see that. I feels like he's going to be a character that a lot of people, including myself, like to fall back on. Because even though he doesn't do the most damage of all of the Nightfarers, he's always useful in a party, and he's the most useful for resurrecting people. Also, there's a bit of me that's like, I would like to just play this a lot and unlock all of the costumes, but like they're very expensive, and like, for now I have things to buy from the shop. Lol. I need to. How many Night Lords have you beaten so far, though, Small? I've still only beaten the first one. I always find like my groups fall short, or they're just really inefficient. I was really gutted, by the way. We, earlier, we almost got the second Night Lord kill, off stream. And then I had the relic. Two of the party members died, and I had the relic that automatically resurrects you. And you know what I did? We were all down at the same time, and it hadn't procced yet. So you know what the game did? It kicked them out and left me on my own, fighting the multiplayer boss. And, like, it's still balanced for multiplayer. So I was hitting it, and I only had 2 flasks left, and it was only about half dead. And I was doing okay at dodging on the Executor, but I just couldn't keep it up. And then I eventually just died. It was uncool. I was not happy with how that went. It was very frustrating, in all honesty. Very frustrating. But it was fun. I felt really cool, and like since that first night, that first stream, where I was just taking a quick look at it, kind of doing a little review, getting my thoughts out. I think it's grown on me a lot more since then. And I'm kind of glad it has. It's really fun, and I'll probably end up playing a lot of it, both on and off stream. And there's not many games out there that actually make me feel like, yeah, I want to actually play this off stream. Not because, like, I don't want to play them. It's just that, like, it feels very accessible, you know? There's always something to learn. It's a good time, honestly. Hey, Rai Rai. He is nearly necessary against certain Night Lords unless you want a cancer fight. I also feel like, yeah, FP is very limited, and it's very unfortunate. And so unless you have like unless you're fully loaded on Starlight Shards, you almost never have, if you try and go caster, because you play Duchess, right? But you play Duchess as a Dex focused character, right? You don't really try and do the mage route with her, even though she's both S tier. She's S tier in intelligence as well, right? I'm trying to like play mage Duchess that, like, the build I want ideally is to get FP back off of stabbing the shit out of people. But I'm really liking Executor, because my current build with Executor is, oh yeah, did you know that you can have Frostbite, Poison, and Bleed all on your starting weapon? And then you just level that shit up, and it's great, and you just do all the status effects on everyone, and have dual katanas. And it's good. It feels very ridiculous sometimes, because it just shreds things. The only thing it has trouble again, and it's like, but then again, I think that there are better ways to inflict status ailments on enemies. You know, that's my thinking, at least. I feel like there are definitely better ways to do status ailments on enemies. Like Iron Eye, for example, you can just grease his bows, and then he just does everything you need. There is a relic that gets you mana with successive attacks in her Remembrance quest. Oh shit. Okay. Well, I'm not. I'm probably going to start the remembrance quests tomorrow because I want to show those to chat. And Lex is incredibly good at the game, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to point us in the right direction. But like, I think I know things reasonably well. I really want to have that shifting earth thing that opens up, you know, that whole underground area. Because if I play Executor with that shifting earth thing, then I can quickly run. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't do that on day one. But we can quickly run through day one, and then on day two, we can quickly grab the legendary smithing stone from there. But I haven't had that shifting earth variant up yet. I love that there's like variations on the map and that they're quite randomized. Like it's a nice feeling because you're very seldom. Actually, no, I say that all afternoon it's been on the same map for me. But yeah, I need to unlock more relics. I really want to unlock more relics. I want to unlock relics and outfits for everyone. Need to make sure that this doesn't pull, because that's gonna cause problems down the line. I mean, it won't really, but like, I'd rather it not pull. I don't want to have any like that tea staining effect that happens when like you let paint pull too much in certain areas. How's my audio, by the way? I know the other day, yesterday, my PC was being really weird and it sort of like reset all my default like devices and stuff. Because I did a Windows update. I fucking hate Windows updates sometimes. It just ruins everything in weird ways. Also, Small, have you ever noticed with Night Rain, does it like reset your graphics setting to like full screen mode instead of borderless window? Because it does that for me. It's really annoying. Every time I open the game after a reset, it does that. And I don't know why. It also ups my resolution to 4K and it says, yeah, this is auto-detected as the best resolution. I'm just like, no. Let me play in 2K. I don't have a 4K monitor. It gets me nothing. It gets me nothing, game. I only have a 2K monitor. Therefore, I play in 2K. Hell, sometimes I play in 1080p because, like, not Night Rain, but just in general. Just because I just don't think that my PC needs to use that much power on a certain thing. It's like that with Monster Hunter sometimes. I have to switch it down to 1080p because it just doesn't like it. 40K monitor. I will have a 40K monitor someday. I will become the Warhammer 40,000. Hey Plush, hang on. I will get you. I will get your plush. I will get Plush's plush. In a moment. I'm just gonna finish getting all the paint off this brush. Okay. Bye, punk. I am apparently being too loud. Lol. So the goal of this... She's not going to be super pale when I'm done with... Oh god, I forgot I was going to do your redeem. Ah. I'm so bad at things sometimes, chat. I just forget. I'll be... Oh, I just remembered. I need to give Deadfire his beam as well. Okay, we are back. We are so back, chat. For real. What am I doing? I'm just continuing to just wash the Zenithal highlight with some... oh god, I forgot. So I put texture paint on this base like an hour ago because I forgot to do it and just went to have a nap straight away. So it's still slightly moist, chat. It's still ever so slightly moist, but that's okay. That's okay. At least I hope it'll be okay. This is very purple. It wasn't my intention for it to be this purple. It's not a bad color, but like... Druki Violet is such a strong pigment. Like... It's really nice, honestly, just sometimes to have something like this. It's not quite as strong as like an ink, but it's pretty powerful. It tints things a lot. It tints low saturation things a lot more than I first anticipated. But I think that's the kind of thing that works in its favor, honestly. Though that does mean I'm going to have to do a lot of highlighting later. I'm not looking forward to that. Oh, actually, tell a lie. I am looking forward to do that. I get to do the whole stipple sponge thing. I've been wanting to do that for ages, chat. It's kind of basically just a fancy dry brush using a makeup sponge, but like... I've seen what it can do, and and for like large areas of like just anything... I'm told it particularly works best with flat areas, but I've seen how it works on texture, and I think I think it looks good. So I guess we'll do that here, because like you can do like nice volumetric stuff with it as well. Okay. I'm so looking forward to the new Dark Tide update in a couple of weeks. I bet the Arbiter the Enforcer is going to be really fun to play. Okay. What else do I need to do? I need to do the whole See, I was always of two minds about basing this miniature first before, like, doing the rest of it. And I'm just, yeah. There's just a lot, like, that could go wrong, I think, in the later stages of painting her. Hey, Adeptus. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're doing some Age of Sigmar for, like, the first time in... God, have I ever actually painted Age of Sigmar on this channel? I don't think I have. Have I? I don't think I have, genuinely. I know that some people have very strong feelings about Age of Sigmar. But they have good models. And people say it's a lot of fun who play it. And I'm just like, eh. As long as it's a fun game and people can enjoy it and they make cool models, I don't mind. You know? I will play Age of Sigmar at some point. I have plenty of Age of Sigmar models that I need to work on eventually. Maybe I should do like an Age of Sigmar lore channel or something at some point. Just like read a bunch of books and get educated, lol. I don't know. I don't know. I already have plenty of stuff on my 40k reading list for that channel. So, yeah. Is the window portion bare like that, or does it have panes to install? I think it'd be funny to do a stained glass style art. It could be funny, but no, no, it's empty. It's empty because like it's a ruin. I'm not doing stained glass. There are things that like stained glass works really well on. Like for example, the Sisters of Battle Exorcist organ missile launcher thing, which looks amazing, and it's got like molded kind of stained glass stuff. I might do something cool with that because I have one. I've had one for like a year now, and it's like half built. In fact, it's on the table. It's in the cupboard just next to me, lol. But I haven't actually built the stained glass bit. That's still on the sprue. One day, perhaps. Okay. You should get some models so you can use their helmets. Chaos? Yes. Yes. You have a few armies. You collect all the Warhammers. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I've got Scaventide and then like the spearhead box with the angel lady. She looks really cool. I should paint them up at some point. I built the Stormcast half. I know Pink said she wanted the Skaven if she was gonna start Age of Sigmar. But I know how I'd paint the Skaven. They'd like take a day to do an entire army. It'd be super easy. Because I do that whole like thing I've seen a lot of people do where they just like base it black and then dry brush it grey and then white. And then they just do a lot of little bits of OSL on the for like the warpstone glow effects and stuff. It's super easy and it looks amazing and it takes very little effort compared to like a more traditional color scheme. Though it might be a little bit of a cop-out because of how simple it is. But you only need like 3 or 4 paints for it. And it just works, not counting the primer, of course. What got you into Warhammer Adeptus Drunkiness? And what brings you to our little community here? Yeah, we have a nice time. I know that last time you popped in, I was literally just ending the stream, and I felt really bad about that because I don't like to leave new chatters hanging like that. Have you heard about the Space Maids chapter? You even have a dreadnought? I've seen the artwork of the Space Maids. They've been going around as a meme for ages. Some people have even made STLs for them. They actually look quite cool. I wouldn't want to collect or paint them though. Like bright pink is just a very garish color and very easy to make a mistake on, and it's not very forgiving. That is the truth of it all. Some people will be like, will look at them and be like, that's heresy. And I'm just like, bruh, they're plastic toys. Let people have fun with them. It doesn't have to be super serious all the time. It's not like it's published lore. I feel like it's important to be able to poke a little fun at the things you enjoy, you know? And maybe not take them super seriously. Because are they really fun if you have to take them so seriously? That's my opinion on it, at least. And it's just like an opinion, man. It doesn't actually mean anything. I'm just a silly little bean doing silly little things. Ah, Space Maids chapter. Yes. Hey, Penguin. How you doing? Welcome to chat. I hope you have a lovely time in our community. You like Warhammer. What brings you to our little corner of the internet? It's okay if they take it to... But they can't force their form of fun on you. You know, that's fair. Oh. Oh, that's armored. It's just that one that's not armored. I guess that makes sense. Well, that's fine. I'm going to go over that with metallics later anyway, so it's not like it's the end of the world. I just spent a few seconds doing something I didn't need to do. Cool. Well, that's moist and drying. I'm going to give her face another wash because Because it needs it. God, she's so it's so small. Hi, Haru. You come to say hello to chat. It's a really nice face sculpt, honestly. Cat, I love you, but please don't get your hair on my models. You are so floofy. Ah! Where are you going, Cat? She's just completely blackened the cat with her fluff. Hey, Phantom. How you doing? Hi, Haru. Oh, God. Hi. Hi. I love how she tiptoes around everything, like trying her best not to knock anything over. She's such a polite cat. Okay, right. I hope you have I hope you have a good shopping trip. Wow. You know what? I reckon Space Wolf's grey contrast would probably do quite well for getting most of the color down. Because she's got that purple tint. So I reckon if we're just very sparing with it, it'll do a really nice kind of like dead flesh kind of look. Yeah, I reckon that's what we're gonna do. I wasn't sure how I'd go about it, but I genuinely think it might be the right color. She is the best cat. She is the floofiest creature. Look at her in the background. She do a luck. She do a luck. Okay. What am I doing next, chat? I think I want to get a bass tone down on yeah, on the ruins. I'm not going to put much effort on them. They're just going to be like grey. Some grey ruins. Then I'll do the vines and whatnot in brown. Because, like, I don't want to spend too much time on something that's 90% covered up by the rest of the model. That's pulled a little there, but it's too late now. Come on, little paint pot. Mix faster. I'm not going to apologize for the sound that you're hearing, chat. It's just me mixing paint. Don't worry. Pink locked both of the cats in here. Huh. I guess she doesn't want to be disturbed by cats in her stream. Well, that's weird. Usually she's all about having the cats on. Did I goof with this contrast? Did I not close it properly? No, it's fine. Just there's a little bit in the lid that's dry and old. Did you airbrush or just paintbrush? I have an airbrush. I don't airbrush very often, mostly because I seem to have bad luck with my airbrush. It just likes to clog all the time. And even when I clean it out thoroughly, and you know, you can see through it, there's no visible clog, it still clogs, and it's very frustrating to me. So yeah, I don't really like to deal with airbrushing, if I want to be 100% with you. Oh, bugger. Maybe I've done this in the wrong one. Maybe I should have done the... No, because it would have tinted it too much. Yeah. So mostly I just airbrush with primers and whatnot. Just to keep it simple. the last time I used an airbrush on stream, it was the entire time me stressing about how it wouldn't stop spitting, cleaning the whole thing, making sure it was perfect, and then it's still deciding to spit the second I put paint in it. I was very unhappy with that. Airbrushing does make things easier, but at the same time, it doesn't do anything a rattle can can't do. Though it has, the one advantage of airbrushing is just how precise you can be, but the main issue with an airbrush is that those super precise airbrush nozzles, the really thin ones, they're also the ones that are the most prone to clogging, from what I understand. And it's just a little bit annoying. A little bit of paint got there. But yeah, I don't like airbrushes. They frustrate me. I wish I understood how and why they behaved the way they did. Maybe it's because I just have cheap airbrushes, lol. That could be it. It could literally just be lol. You bought cheap stuff, and therefore it's expensive. But airbrushes are really expensive. Like a good airbrush is like hundreds of pounds, and I'm just like, I don't want to spend that much on something I am only going to use on occasion. You know? Maybe I should find an excuse to use it more. Maybe I should just use it more, but like, I don't know. I kind of like the whole aspects of just brush painting, you know? Nope, expensive or cheaper, all clogs. Huh. Lol. Yeah, no, I do have an airbrush. Like, when it's fine, it's really nice to use, but like, I get so frustrated with them. I just think that I like to paint in a way that's fun, you know? Like how I did my Fulgrim. I called that playing with color, and it was really fun, and I think it brought out my best kind of work. I think he's genuinely the best miniature I've ever painted. And in hindsight, I can see that there's some things I need to correct on him, some little bits here and there. And he's not varnished yet, so I can still do that. But I don't know. I don't like the idea. I don't want to have to use tools or focus on using tools that make the thing I'm doing less enjoyable, you know? I just think that defeats the purpose of a hobby, right? You do it for fun. So why would you actively choose to do something, to incorporate something that makes it less fun? At least that's my opinion on it, you know? And at the end of the day, my opinion is just that, an opinion. It has zero meaning outside of my own little world view. God, I really am starting to regret not sub-assembly painting this. But like, this is one of the few modern things where you can have very clear and visible gaps. Because it's like I was prepping it. I was thinking about when I did the assembly, because we did the assembly on the subathon. And I was thinking, oh yeah, no, maybe I don't need to, maybe I shouldn't sub-assembly paint these, because there are just bits of like gap in where the wings join onto the miniature. And people in chat were like saying, yeah, no, you don't need to sub-assembly these. It works fine. And you know what? I think they're okay. I think it's right. Yeah, no. Now that I've gotten to it, it's just a little bit awkward to like figure out how to get your brush in there. I feel like I should have added just a smidge more texture paste to the bottom. Once this gray has been this initial gray is dried, I will in fact do a bit more texture paste in certain bits. What? You're an advocate for subassembly, but I don't do it all the time. It just depends on the minute. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a huge help when doing Fulgrim. Even though Fulgrim as a model has a ton of issues with like gaps in the mold and whatnot. Like it's a wonderfully designed miniature. Looks amazing, but when you put it together, there are just areas that just don't fully connect due to how they connect to other bits, especially in the tail. You'll see that even on like the official guide for how to paint Fulgrim, there's a massive gap in the tail. And I'm just like, bruh. I was able to cover it up a bit more effectively than they did, but that's because I assembled that bit using sprue goo. But even then, you can still see just a tiny bit of it, and it's just like, why? Why are you like this miniature? I think that's why I'm slightly annoyed at the idea of doing larger minis, because I've noticed from what I've heard with the larger Games Workshop miniatures, there's always a bit more of a chance. Maybe it's just the nature of larger miniatures. Maybe it's just the nature of larger miniatures. We enjoy the contrast paint. I'm definitely going to have to highlight this this stone though. It's definitely going to need to be highlighted. But I think I can just break out the dry brush and stipple in some areas of light and texture. Because it's stone, it's not meant to be like free of texture. Try and leave some areas where the white from it. We probably won't finish all the snow off because we're not going to have just pure white snow. If there's bits I feel like I might want to add a bit of snow to, I probably will. At the end. And then just quickly finish the base in the morning. Because it's just going to be the same way we did Fulgrim's the snow on Fulgrim's base. Which is a quick wash of blue and then a dry brush of white. Just adds a little bit more depth and interest and visual interest to the texture paste, you know? I initially did a coat of Briar Queen Chill on that, and I just think Briar Queen Chill, it's too highly saturated where it has contrast, but it's very like all the color in it seems to run into the recesses, and the top has absolutely no color applied to it at all. And I don't actually like how that applies. I don't think, like, I thought, this might look good on snow, and I might not need to dry brush. When I first did a quick test on it, a quick color test with it off stream like a while ago, and then when I finally got to do it on Fulgrim's miniature, I was just like, this is just kind of awful. Like, so I feel like it's weird. Some of the contrast paints, they're just not good and I don't quite know how they are intended to be used in terms of like what they're intended for, because they're not. I think one of my issues with the contrast range of paints from Citadel is that sometimes they just like sometimes they're just inconsistent. there are some paints that work really well, and you know how they're going to work, and they behave exactly how you expect. And then there's other paints in the range that like do the same but opposite. And then there's others that just don't really do anything. And I'm just like, this is just a transparent paint. It's not contrast. It doesn't do that whole pouring into the recesses thing. Or at least if it does, it doesn't do it very well. Like Ball Red, for example, is not really... It doesn't contrast in the same way that the other contrast paints do, in my opinion. Like, I just don't think it does. I just don't necessarily think it does. Like, it doesn't have a very huge difference in value when it goes over, when it's on a single color. If you do a Zenithal or like a Slap Chop before you do Ball Red, it does. I think it has some effect, but the effect is still very reduced compared to, say, Leviathan Purple, for example, where you can see it goes from like this very rich, deep purple on the light side to an almost black. Even though the whole thing is quite a dark color, you get a really nice depth of tone to it. Whereas Ball Red is just so oversaturated, it just doesn't really do that. And I prefer to use it more as like a nice red ink rather than try and assume it's going to behave like a contrast. Though saying that, I kind of want to do a color test for this is a battle project I'm going to work on. My idea is to kind of do my usual Order of the Bloody Rose, but instead of using grey and then say grey as a mid-tone before I pre-shade, and then Wraithbone as a like off-white highlight. I think what I want to try and do is use violet as a mid-tone, so that we add a bit of purple into the shades of the red. Now I'm thinking Ball Red might be good for that job. Like, say if you've got other colors, but you want it to really be a red. Like, the way that behaves, I think that's the kind of job it's suited for. It's when you introduce different colors other than grayscale into your pre-shade. And I think I'd like to try experimenting more with different colors in my pre-shades in the future. I think that'd be a fun little experiment. Or just a fun way to approach painting in general in the future. Okay. There are some bits where the Druchii Violet has not, in fact, applied. I thought I'd got it all where it needed to be, but there are parts where it hasn't. This is such a cool miniature. Like, I feel like a lot of the main issue with Games Workshop doing 40k miniatures is that because there's so much lore and history in 40k versus, say, something like Age of Sigmar, that the sculptors can't really... They have very narrow focuses. There's less room for... It feels like there's less room for creativity in those sculpts. To me, at least. Like, there's more weird and wild things in Age of Sigmar than I think 40k. Like, even the crazy, where you can go crazy with the aesthetics, factions, like Chaos Space Marines of all sorts, they don't really, like, do that much with the aesthetic these days, I don't think. It feels very controlled, which is kind of the antithesis to what chaos should be, I think. But I suppose that's like part and parcel for the whole more restrictive molds they do, where everything is a little bit more monopose than it used to be. Okay. Right. I think it's time to break out what some people call the stipple nipple. Which I know is a silly name for it, but it's just a makeup sponge. It's just a makeup sponge, chat. Welcome back, Rai Rai. Did you get yourself a nice treat? Where are my little... Where are they? That's right, I had a packet full of makeup sponges right here at the top of the screen. They were right here, chat. I was taking my headphones off. They were right here. Genuinely, they were right here. I literally picked them up and moved them. Where did I move them? They should be... There they are. What else? I need to get my, I had little eyeshadow brushes, sponges, thing. They should be here somewhere. I knew where they were, and then my cat knocked the box over and it went flying off. They went flying off somewhere. I just retidied that box. So, did I put them all back in here? I apparently did not. I only have my oil wells in here, which I got in the same time. Why am I like this, chat? I'm just a disorganized mess sometimes. I don't mean to be. It's just how it is. Like, I like order, but for some reason I can never keep myself in all my shit in order. Huh. It was just a little tiny little packet of... Where did I put them? Were they just on my desk? Ah! I swear, they're probably going to be right in front of my face, chat. They're almost certainly going to be right here. Because that's how it always is when I lose stuff like this. They're just in front of my face and I can't see them. Okay, well, where are you? I have seen them today. I've definitely seen them today. God, this is going to drive me insane, chat. But you know what? Fine, I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm sure I don't need it. Hey, Momonga, how you doing? Lovely to see you again. I was just not totally panicking, trying to find something. How are you doing? I'm going to mix these up, I think. You just got a Forged in Fire compilation in your YouTube feed. It's about 3 hours. Are you gonna sleep with that? Understandable, Ruben. I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful sleep. And perhaps I will see you later, okay? Wow. Although Fortune Fire is great. I totally get wanting to watch it. I haven't seen Fortune Fire in ages. Okay. Wow, I've been bonked, but why? Do you want... There's no such thing as piss tiger! Fuck you! It's not real. It's not real. No matter how many times you say it, it's not real. This is called Dead Flesh, which looks very sickly. This is going to be one of probably 2 paints I think I'm planning to use with this method. So, we are just going to take this and gently stipple over all of the purple we've done to just kind of bring it up. And already I think you can see the difference. Let's move this up a little bit. Why is Discord beeping at me so much? Usually it doesn't when I'm streaming. Usually it just goes into streamer mode. I've not disabled it. So why isn't it doing it today? Go away, Discord. Become silent. Putting my hand in the way of the camera. Imagine Sleep Kitty. Yes. She is the sleepy. You're doing good, but your dog is, oh no, he's 16. It's time. But he's no senile, it's funny. He's so senile, it's funny. Oh. Oh. Oh, I hope that you know, we can cheer you up a bit at least. I don't want anyone in my chat to be sad or maybe distract you. God, I don't know what I'm gonna do when it gets to that time for my cats. I've had them coming up to 5 years now. And it's, yeah, they were absolute babies when I first got them. But the idea of them perishing is, not something I have to think about for at least a decade, I hope. And they're indoor cats, so it's not like they get exposed to things from the outside world that could make them ill.
Look out! Here they come!
Fungi
Gaming just raided with 6 viewers.
Hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Hi, Fungi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. Today we are painting a vampire monster MILF called Luaka, the mother of nightmares, or as I like to call her, the MILF of nightmares. Hear me out. She is like the only character I would ever genuinely say hear me out for. Like, look at her. Look at her, chat. We are giving her the old stipple nipple treatment. How are you doing, Fungi? How was your raid? How was your raid? How was your stream? What were you up to? You were playing... Oh, you were playing Alien Isolation. My condolences. How far did you get? How far did you get? Are you okay? Are you okay, Fungi? Do you need a minute? Do you need to like get a drink or do some self-care? Yeah. I know what that game is like. That game is trauma personified. Okay, it's probably not as bad as Outlast from what I've seen. I'm never playing Outlast. You can't make me, chat. I don't want to have to play Outlast ever. Well, we are having a nice day here so far. I hope you are too. I can move this paint pot so that I can actually sponge in a way that lets chat see what I'm doing. It's kind of a little bit like dry brushing, but not. It just kind of like lets us very thinly put everything down with a bit of texture. And it kind of works, honestly. But this is all technically pre-shading because we're going to be doing it all in like wolf grey contrast again. But we want to have some flesh tones under there to make it look like she was at least alive at one point. We got Horace when he was 2 in 2009, old and senile. Walks into stuff now, can't see, can't hear, can barely smell, but he's still eating and doesn't seem to want to die, so... Oh. 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 Oh, that sounds so sad. I hope that he's having fun. I suppose, like, I don't know what it would be like to have to deal with that kind of thing. I don't think I'd enjoy it, to say the least. I don't want to have to deal with that kind of thing ever with my cats. But I know eventually there will be a time where I can't just hide from mortality. Such is life. Such is life. You've played both Outlast? It's not as bad as Outlast. Yeah, I didn't think it was as bad as Outlast, but it's terrifying to me. Like, I remember the first time the alien, one of the first times the alien pops up, I couldn't figure out a way past it because it just kept patrolling. And I was just like stressing out, hiding in a locker, and I just wouldn't come out. And then, yeah, I just gave up. I tried my best. I swear I did. But it was just a bit too much for me. And you know, the important thing is that we did our best. So I don't think I'd ever want to play Outlast. Ever. Because it sounds like a bazillion times worse. To me, at least. God, it's so warm in here. Okay. Leave that to dry just a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, while that's doing its thing, you get stuck in the strangest of places, like behind a bookcase or under your bed. Oh. 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 Does he still knows who you are, right? I hope so. Okay. I'm really excited for how this is going to go together eventually. It's just going to slot in there. But we're not there yet. She looks so cool. Okay. Next up. Oh, I don't have my sick bolt burgundy. Crimson. Red. I'm just getting my paints out because Wallopus pink, I don't need that. Where is it? Where is my Sigmar burgundy chat? This is like one of my favorite fucking paints. Yeah, I'm glad that he recognizes you though. I think that's the important thing. I think I'd just be all kinds of fucking miserable if my cats forgot who I was. So I am very grateful that I've got many, many years left with them. I don't like what time does to people. I mean, I say that. Sometimes time does good things to people. But I feel like, in most cases, it's just... It can steal things from us, you know? Like memories, capacity for things, are very, like, physical ability to do anything. It's messed up. And it's sad that it's an inevitable part of life, but I suppose nothing can last forever. That's just the nature of the universe, right? No matter how much we might try to fight it, time moves on and the world continues. And that's why it's important to just enjoy everything you can while you have it, you know? There's ever a time in my life where I start to take things for granted, I would like someone to slap me in the face. Because I never want to be the kind of person that devalues the things that they have. Just because they have them a lot. You know? Anyway, enough depresso talk for now from me, I guess. Wow. Wow. Where is where's my Leviathan purple? Wow. Major hi. What do you mean since when am I a cow? I'm not a cow. Wow. I'm not a cow. Why am I a cow? When did I do? I'm not a cow. You can't prove anything. I'm just trying to find something. I'm trying to find something in my paint box, and I can't. It's not already on my desk, is it? No. This is literally what, like, half the stream has been. No, it isn't. But, like, that's a massive exaggeration. But it's... I've had to do this more times than I would like to admit. Oh, fuck it. I guess I can use Luxium as a substitute. But, like, it's not the same. It doesn't have that darkness. I need that sweet, sweet edge, chat. Where is my Leviathan? Leviathan purple. I guess we could use Eidolon purple clear as a substitute. It's not quite as dark, but it can probably do the same, a similar kind of effect to what we're gonna do. Maybe. I can't find Leviathan purple, but I'm sure it's around somewhere. Okay. Wow. I'm changing my hair and giving you a bean. You see black, yellow outfit and cow horns. There's no cow horns. What do you think are cow horns? It's my ear floofs. Wow. I still have my paws. Wow. It's not cow horns. I still have my tail. Wait, where's my tail gone? Yeah, it's still there. Wow. No, it's because of the TV quality. Exactly. Exactly. The bean. I'm thirsty. Okay. First thing I'm going to do now... TV isn't even 1080p. What, are you watching me on a CRTV? On a CRT TV? Well, that'd be amazing if you were. Tiger now in CRT. I'd fucking love that. I grew up watching CRT TVs. It was a simpler time, chat, where you could count the pixels available on your TV with your visual eye. It's 32 inches. Now, it's still bigger than a monitor. Like, and most monitors are at least 1080p these days. Weird how a TV could be less and still be bigger. We're painting her nails, chat. We are painting Luaka nails. Oh, I don't have work tomorrow, by the way, so I can stay up super late. So my goal is actually to try and finish her in one stream. And I do still want her to be well detailed and well painted, just like Fulgrim. But she's a much smaller model, so I don't think she'll take nearly as long as he did. But then again, she's also a much smaller model, so her details are also a fair bit finer. But she's got less of them. She's got way less bling than Fulgrim, so hopefully it'll mean much less for me to have to worry about painting. And then if we get this done early enough, what we'll do is maybe we'll play some video games, chat. Maybe we'll play some video games. Would you like to play some video games? I'll either let chat vote for more Elden Ring Night Rain, or we can do some Expedition 33 or Lies of P, maybe. But only if we finish her with good time. Like if it's like 1 AM, I'm probably not gonna let chat vote for video games. Well, but if it's like midnight, we could stay up for a couple hours. I just would like to have enough time to get my teeth into something if we're gonna be doing some gaming. You know what I mean? That's what 1360 by 760. That's a weird resolution I've never heard of before. Holy shit. Like, I've never heard of that resolution before. Ever. Wow. Wow. I guess we're learning things every day, chat. We are learning things every day. Wait, why are you watching me on TV? I didn't know people watched me on TV. Huh. Oh, I guess some TVs have a Twitch app, don't they? I know my TV has a Twitch app, but I never use it. But I barely use the TV. I use the TV more for YouTube than anything else. Is that weird? No. Couldn't possibly. So my idea is to mostly follow the box art scheme for this. Oh well, not the box art scheme, but the actual concept art for the character. I kind of think that the concept art kind of tends to cook a bit more than the box art. Wow, I've been bonked. You connected to the TV via HDMI. Wow, you build a new PC and this TV couldn't be connected to the old PC. Did you go to my younger brother? Oh, nice. The downgrade is real. Oh god. But is your new PC nice at least? It was a pain setting everything up because for the first time everything was zoomed in. God, I can imagine. I can imagine. The first time setups are always a pain, but once you get it set up, it's fine, right? You can switch it off and it'll still remember. Right? I hope it does. I hope it doesn't have to be a pain every time you turn on the TV. That would be a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. Wow. She has like this one really long nail on her hand. And the rest are just kind of like normal. I should be doing this with a much smaller brush than I'm using. I don't know why I'm not. The GPU died at day 2. So you're using your old GPU. I hope you're getting a refund on that. Holy shit. How can your GPU die after 2 days? That's insane. There's no way. There's no way. Like, that sounds like it was, like, faulty. Holy shit. I would be upset. I would be so upset. Okay, now that that bit's done, we are... Oh, fuck. How do I miss things like this? How? It's such a big area to miss. Okay, that looks okay. Now, while that dries, what we'll do is next, because it might end up affecting the rest of the mini, whether intentionally or not, we're just going to get some stone wall grey. That's bone white. That's black. Stone wall grey. Your CPU died like 6 months ago and you still haven't replaced your PC? Oh my god. 14! Oh my god! The GPU planned for a new PC was a 1080 Ti. Oh! Oh, 1080 Ti is already quite old. But 1080 Ti is quite a powerful unit though. Especially for how old it is. Like I remember when the 1080 normal came out and it was still running most games at decent like graphics level. Especially if you were only doing like 1080p. Like it was doing most things quite well. Wow. 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 Okay. This should do for just adding a little bit of color contrast. That's probably too much. There's some nice grey to the stone. Nice and simple. Just a very simple kind of bit of statuary for her to stand on. We probably will just like, maybe we might do a little wash at the end, but for the most part, I don't see us doing that much more to this. Because it's not really a main feature of the model, it's just kind of like there. The fact that she's standing on it is going to add a bit more shadow to it as well. Should get more on this bit though, just to balance out where we've slightly oversaturated the paint. Okay. With that part done, it's time to get a little Space Wolf Grey on the go. I've been using your mum's old laptop. It's okay. Okay, not great, but it can run Star Trek online, so you're not complaining. You know, that's fair. As long as it can do the things you need it to do. It doesn't need to be any better than that. You know? It's not like you're trying to do like big 4K gaming rigs on all the highest end stuff. It was a rare model in the original packaging. Holy shit. Let me have a look. Which channel did you post it in? Gamer Gang. I can't see it. I'm blind. Oh, did you post it before? Oh, that makes sense. Just reply to it and ping me, and I'll take a look in a bit. Okay, so we're going to use Space Wolf's Grey contrast on the rest of the skin. Why? I think it'll be it's a kind of like bluish grey tone, which I'm hoping is going to take on some of the characteristics of the underlayer. Like the dead flesh, like pale blue. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, there's one other thing that we should do. We should do a little bone white It's just a tiny dry brush, just like the smidge, a smidge. And just the tiniest of dry brushes. And maybe some dead white as just like an absolute accent color. Because we know it's going to be toned down afterwards. Just on all the most raised areas. We're not going to do the membranes on the wings. I'm just going to do these bits. I have been bonked. Wipes have I been bonked? In cool shit. Okay, let me take a look. Let me finish this section, and I will take a look in but a momento. Ah! I've been bonked again. Wow. Okay. Give me 1 second, and then I will check it in a second. Okay. I don't think I need to do an actual dead white highlight. Not yet, at least. Oh, that PC looks so cool. Rip. That looks a lot better than my old graphics card. It was a beefy boy. It's very cool though. You can still reuse most of the parts for it, I'm guessing. I mean, I'd be surprised if you couldn't. Like... Okay. Highlight the first, contrast color the first. Yeah, Spaceless Grey might have been the right choice here, because it's not very, it's very transparent. So a lot of what's going on in the underlayers is going to show up really well. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. It kind of just like brings everything we've done before together. This kind of like unifying kind of tone. I've also realized I've forgotten that there's something else I should have done that I haven't done. And I think it really works as like a main skin tone for a vampire. But this isn't the end. This is like the main color, like her top half is going to be. But we're going to tint it with some other stuff. We're going to tint it with some other stuff later. Okay. I can't help but wonder if everything I'm trying to do here is going to work in tandem with what I'm going to do later. I think it will. I think it will. I think we're going to apply the lessons we learned from painting Fulgrim to what we're doing here. Wow. Wow. Okay. I forgot to do the little little claw nails on her little feet, her grippers. What? I have been bonked. What why? You know you can click the hammer to smash the screen. Lol. I do not know if you have forgotten. Or maybe you just like to use the little doge, which is understandable, TBH. Everyone enjoys the doge. I mean, not that doge, just the doge of the internet. Okay. What else? You got to do this whole left side of the monster body torso thing, and the leg, and the wing arm. What? Hydrate! Drinking water and touching grass is important. I know! I'm gonna do it quickly. Give me 1 second. Let me finish this leg off. Wah. Wah. I'm gonna do a hydrate. I will do a sippy, I promise. One momento. Sip. Acquired. Sip complete. I should get another drink soon. Remember, chat, watering your streamer is important, because if you don't water your streamer, they will forget to do it themselves. This is an unfortunate fact of being a streamer. I wonder if Luaka can fly with these wings. I feel like she wouldn't be able to. But she is a vampire and they are magic, so like, maybe? Maybe. I don't feel like she should be able to though, because like, just the sheer amount of like holes in them make it seem like she'd definitely not be able to lift herself up with them. The physics, chat. They don't make sense to me. If anything, I feel like they're more like claws with webbing. Right? She's looking very, very pale. And low saturation. Okay, now while that's drying, I think it's time we did something else. Wait, it's this model. Spoopy, yeah. Luaka, Mother of Nightmares. Is she not like a fantastic sculpture? The vampire milk, lol. The vampire hear me out monster milk. What did you think I meant? Lol. What did you think I meant? I'm gonna use some Eidolon purple air clear. And hopefully... I don't know if it's the right purple. I don't know if it's deep enough. I don't know. That's not the right purple. It's not going to do the job I need it to. It's too red. Will Luxian do it? Luxian's a very blue purple. It's a lot brighter than I'd like it to be. But that might actually help it do the job. No, it's again... It's not dark enough. I need to find Leviathan purple. There's a problem with having a massive collection of paints and not organizing them, chat. It's my own fault. It is my own fault. Zira, hi. How you doing? I'm gonna quickly look for a paint that I couldn't find before. But I know it's here because there's nowhere else it could be. I'm not going anywhere. My paint box is right next to me. But I might not be able to read chat for a bit. Behave yourselves. Or don't. That's why we have mods, lol. They will give you a smack if you misbehave, though. They have the power. They have the power. Oh, actually, maybe Shyish purple might work here. I don't really like Shyish purple. In all honesty. But it could work here. This might be the one situation where it works really well. If I can't find Leviathan purple, I will use Shyish. But Leviathan is tried and true and tested. which is why I'm so insistent on using it. I know how it behaves, I know what it does. Leviathan purple found. Actually, while I'm here, I should find Coelia green shade. Because I just realised I'm going to need that in a moment. Not in a moment, but like... when we've done a lot of the other things on this model, we're going to need it. Also come to realise that there's some kind of cable angled around like that. Well, hear me out. Yes, she is an absolute hear me out. No doubt about it. I know she's not everyone's cup of tea, but hear me out. She hot. That's it. That's the hear me out. I don't need to say anything else. I don't need to say anything else, nor am I going to elaborate any further, lol. Now, I have some other bits I need to do, which I'm going to do. Like these little claws on the feet toe things. I don't know how much of this you can see, chat. But I need to do these bits. They're not easy to approach from every angle, which is a little bit annoying. I kind of feel like I need to learn her lore at some point. She's the only, was it Soul Blight unit I've got? Model I've got? And I got her purely because I thought she looked cool. That's it. This is one of the few miniatures I've bought, not thinking I'm going to start a faction, but purely because this model is cool. So I kind of want to do a really good job with her if I can. I hope I can do a really good job with her. I'm sure I'll do a not terrible job with her. Like, I don't know if she'll look as good as Fulgrim. But if she does, that'd be pretty neat. It'd be nice if I'd like actually become a half decent painter. Okay, I should put my headphones back on. Well, ah. Some of us don't even drink tea. He's amazing. But if you're trying to live caffeine-free, don't drink tea, lol. Because the best teas are, in fact, caffeinated. Actually, no, that's a lie. Fruit tea is amazing. Fruit tea is delicious. I suppose you could just look at it as like, oh, it's hot fruit juice. But like... and it's tasty. Finger paint everything. This is how we get very smooth blends with contrast paints, chat. It's just very easy, especially on these like large areas or these long sections, you know? Oh, fuck. That's fine. It's fine if there's a little bit of discoloration. Her color isn't even consistent as is, now that I think about it. So it's okay if, like, there's a little bit of a mess here and there. But how you doing, Deadfire? How you doing, Zero? It's lovely to see you both. I hope you're both having a wonderful, wonderful day. Can we get a shout out for Deadfire, please? Doing sick. Oh. Got to stay home at least. Wow. I'm sorry that you're sick though. That's lame. No one wants to be sick. Unless maybe you're a very young student and school is boring and you're not actually really losing anything. But like missing the odd day here or there. Okay, just a little bit of a shade on these little toe beans. And then we're good. Kata-chan, hey! The dummy vampy of nightmares, I say. Yes. Yes. It's what Discord chose, okay. I mean, I could have done the Imperial Knight, but I really didn't want to have to strip paint, I'll be honest. I didn't want to have to strip paint today. I'll strip the paint and reprime the armor plating tomorrow. Hell, I might even paint it off stream just because... No, I shouldn't paint it off stream. I hope I can finish her today, and then I'll paint it next week. But it probably won't take very long, honestly. Like, it's not... There's not really that much to it, because it's one of those Imperial Knights. And we've already done everything else. The only thing left to do is, like, some areas that have lighting and the armor plating. So it's not exactly a huge amount to do, I think. Okay. The Space Wolf Grey is still drying. Are there any bits on the nails on the claws I need to touch up? I think we're mostly okay. Whew. That's fine. In that case, while that's drying, do this little clothy bit, I guess. So it's just going to be in black, like super simple. I think it's going to be in black. Let me check the character concept art that I'm basing my scheme on. Oh, actually, I could do that in blue. Doing it in blue might be, not be a bad idea. Yeah. Just Leviathan blue, nice and simple. Where is Leviathan blue? There it is. Leviathan blue has quite a nice amount of color depth to it, so I'm always happy to use it. I don't really get many opportunities to, in all honesty. And we'll pick out some highlights later towards the end, and maybe do some washes on things. At this stage, it doesn't really matter if we mess up and go over, like, say, the metal areas, because the metal areas are all going to get covered up anyway. I quite like the Biodon blue. I might wash it with deep blue ink later, just because I think it could do with a little bit more intensity in its in how saturated it is, and that'll just do nicely for upping that. But it's got the right kind of like dark blue tone. I think that'll work well for her clothes and whatnot. Not that she actually wears that many clothes, or kind of can't. I don't think tailors make anything for people with this kind of body shape usually. Even in Shyish, or whatever it's called. Is there anything else I can use this on? Is there actually any other fabric on the model? Oh wait, is that armor? Oh, that is armor. Huh. Oh, I see how that works now. I like that Games Workshop has the whole like 360-degree view on some of their miniatures on their website. Like, I'm not copying their color scheme, but sometimes it's nice to see how they've picked out the parts, because their paint style really does quite a lot to highlight the shapes and whatnot of the miniature. Might not be my paint style. I mean, I say this, I've never really tried to do the whole heavy metal, pick out everything, but like, I feel like people go a bit too hard on that sometimes, and it makes everything look like it's from Tron. You know what I mean? Like, Too much edge highlighting. Oh, bugger. You know, that's fine. We'll just recess shade that in and no one will even see it. Well, no one will ever know. Except you guys. But that's okay. You won't tell anyone, will you? Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, the Four-Armed Emperor? Yeah, 4 Doomseekers each itching to taste their X's on that. Lol. I don't have an Age of Sigmar army. But I wouldn't be opposed to like starting Age of Sigmar at some point. It's more a matter of, hey, I finally acquired the models to do this game system. Let's see how it is. Whenever that should be. I'd be really sad if like by the time I finally get everything painted up, suddenly it's all just not even in play anymore. Which honestly wouldn't surprise me that much if that was a thing. But I suppose that means I should just choose to be a bit faster at painting my models. But like, I have so many and things I want to use in the here and now. I like this midnight blue. It's such like just a Night Lord's color, you know? Okay, that's enough of that. Lol. Yes. 0. This is why you are in fact a mod. Lol. No, exactly. Exactly. You guys get it. You didn't know anything. No one saw anything. Yeah, there's no point. I don't think there's any point in getting an RTX 5090. Get something from the 30 series. Like the 30 series, I think is good enough for most people, and it's still probably. I'm still probably not going to replace my 3080 for a good few years, I reckon. You could buy a car with that money. I don't think you need it. Like you could get like a 3080. And it'll handle even modern games on high settings in 4K. Like, I genuinely think anything above the 30 series is just overrated. Okay. I'm not going to do the metallics yet, I don't think. I think the metallics are generally going to be the last thing I do, because I don't want to have to change the paint water. Let's do the hilt of the sword. Just because I can see it and it's there and it's caught my eye, and it'll take like a single coat and maybe a highlight down the line. You know what, while I'm here and using this paint, I think I'll use this for all the leather straps on the back. It's a good color. Though, it would be nice if the straps were more easily visible. Because part of my issue is that I painted over them long. It's my own fault. And we have one lost strap here. Oh god, I've just realized. Did I not build this model correctly? She's got these extra hip armor things that I don't have. Huh. I don't know where her sprue is either. Is this her sprue? Huh. Huh. Well, that's annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna clip these off now. Can't believe I didn't notice these. And I'm gonna paint them off stream, and then I'll just glue them on at the end. And no one will ever know, except you guys. But it's gonna be our secret, right? No one will ever know other than you. I see the bits. They're so nice models, which are mostly selling with original packaging. Yeah. Wow. The 1080 Ti is still pulling you on eBay. Isn't helping. It's instantly showing me 1080 Ti prices. The 1080 Ti is probably still quite a good graphics card, in all honesty. I do feel like it might struggle to run some like really new releases, but it all depends on if like you actually care about that, you know? Yeah, so I found the things. They just go on here. I mean, she doesn't need them. I don't need to put these on her. She could just have those bare hips swinging out. You know? Doesn't help when many new games are unoptimized. Yeah, that's true. I need to grab a drink, chat. I'm gonna be back in a second. It's so fucking warm in here. I am returned. Kind of. Okay. I now have a fan because it's dreadfully hot. Right now you have a feel that everyone is gonna short circuit because of sleep mode or bad weather. That's what happened this weekend. I'd say if you're uncertain, you shouldn't be investing money into something that you're worried about. I'd just say Hell, get a 3060. A 3060 Ti would probably do just anything you need it to for the next little while. Next few years, in fact. Do I want to use Leviathan blue on the hair and then give it a black wash, chat? I feel like it would look really good. But I worry that it's gonna be too yeah, I think I will. No, I should just have the hair be black. I'm gonna just use Black Legion contrast on the hair. Okay. I will say I am excited to try and make a kind of pretty face on this. I'm gonna give her some nice eyebrows. Maybe a little eyeshadow. Give her some red lipstick that's totally not blood. Totally not blood, right, Janet? Definitely. She's not a vampire. Totally. You believe me, right? Would you let her bite you? Not necessarily in a suck your blood dry way. Wow. Okay, Metal. Thank you so much for your support. It's always lovely to have you here. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful sleep. God, Black Legion contrast is so good. Like, it just, like, you get so many, like, different layers with it, while all the time it remains very dark and consistent. Like, you know it's meant to be black, and it reads as black, even on the lighter bits. Whereas, say, Black Templar contrast sometimes reads a bit more as grey. Oh, fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to manually go over that with, like, proper paints later. Oh, fuck. That's so annoying. Well, it's too late now. It's too dry to really just soak up. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, chat. It's all gone wrong. I fucked this face up. Oh, actually, no, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We were able to get most of it. We'll be going back to the face later anyways, so the idea of having to touch up this little bit isn't the end of the world. Okay, let's go. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tidy that up properly later. It's too dark to not have to. It's kind of annoying. Oh well. These things happen. Okay. Next up, we are going to start working on the skin again. Because she gets a bit monstrous, honestly, in terms of her color palette. So we are going to start with Croxigor scales. Just like we did on... Well, no, we didn't start with that. Well, actually, I should probably use Athematic Blue. Make it a bit more of a gradual fade. We wanted to start off with this weird sickly grey kind of tint. And we're going to wash it all in green later. Maybe Briar Queen Chill is what I should have used for the snow. So, how do we want it to go? So I'm thinking we're gonna start around here down the spine, and as it goes lower, well, it's gonna get increasingly darker. But this is also gonna be like from the wing knuckles down. We're also going to try and blend it out a bit. So like just spreading it around a little bit, finger painting. Not necessarily to try and color those areas, but just to kind of like blend the slight green tone out into the rest of it and give it a more gradual effect. And there'll be some areas where like some of the ink from before might still be a little bit wet, but that's okay. I don't mind if that blends in, because we don't need to be hyper consistent with how this looks, I don't think. As long as it looks nice. That's all that we're looking for. Is that it looks kind of nice. And if that's what happens, then that's what happens. I also like how the green tint is interacting with the bluer, with the more purpley areas and coming up with this nice blue effect. I didn't actually expect that, but I'm very happy that that's a result of this. It feels very unnatural in a good way. Okay. Now we're going to start up here. And paint down. Then blend that up very simply. The sort of purple and grey undertones really give this a very different quality to how the scales and more serpentine colours that Fulgrim has are. I'm very keen on it, honestly. Like, I think it's a good I think it's a good result, in all honesty. You know, it's going to take a little while. These wings are a very big part of the model. After this, we should probably maybe think about doing... I'm going to do our armpits, lol. Her not regular armpits, but her monster armpits. Y'all should feel very lucky. Lol. So I'm thinking, once this is dried, once we've done the other side and it's all dried, we'll do croc score scales, like from the midway point down, and blend it across. Like, I'm thinking from about here and start blending it. All of the wing knuckles will be definitely fully coated. But I don't mind, I think I'll want a slightly less consistent coating on the actual wing fingers themselves. I think it'll work. I think it'll work really well. Could be wrong though. And if I am, well, that's okay too. Because we're just having fun here. The most important aspect of any hobby. Not to stress out whether or not it's like too nice or too bad. Just have fun with the colors. There should always be our focus. And if we're ever not having fun, you just take a break from it and do something else, right? I feel like it's nice to have that like general separation between the more human elements of the vampire and the more monstrous aspects of and how creaturely she is. Okay. I also quite like the idea of just slowly blending contrasts together over time with a couple of coats. I think it works really well. It might not look it initially, but it kind of just builds into something because it all adds undertones. And it's like unifying coats on top are what are gonna bring it all together. But it's a whole like trust the process kind of thing, isn't it? It might not look right at any given stage, but at the end when it all comes together, it kind of just works. At least I think it does. Okay. I think that'll do for this stage. Now there's some bits there I still need to get into. This is the only issue with the not sub-assembly painting this model. There are some bits that are kind of hard to reach. I can admit that. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that to dry, let's have a look at... No, sorry, there's still more. There's still a little bit more to do. We're gonna slowly tint some of the extra legs down here as well, the monster legs. We're just gonna start out tinting the fur for now, and then just blending it out a bit, and maybe like here. Yeah. I like the idea of building contrast with those those like claw bits. That's too much paint though, I need to spread that about, or else it'll start to look awful. Oh, bugger. The bit of statue's got some green on it. That's annoying. Let's try and soak that up before it stains properly. I don't mind if there's a tiny little green... Oh, perfect. Unlike when the Black Legion spilled, we actually got that in time. I'm going to use this to soak up the excess. Important to soak up the excess with a clean brush, otherwise you end up getting everything covered in stuff it's not supposed to. There's always that temptation to overload contrast paints, and I feel like it's something I slip into every now and again. But ultimately, it's what overloading contrast is literally what creates the whole contrast paint effect. So it's kind of difficult to find the balance depending on how you're trying to paint. And with this, we are trying to do massive tonal shifts, while at the same time having some element of contrast. Blend that there. I missed the other side of that. I have to do that later. Is the loinclothy a bit? We'll do that after this while it's drying. I thought I'd gotten it all. I don't know how I didn't check the complete backside of it. I feel a little bit stupid. But hey, what's new? Lol. Okay. That is that, I think, for now. Blend that a little bit. Let's get that a bit more tinted and then blend that. Oh god, we've got to do the inside of her other leg as well. We have to do the inside of... Actually, no. No, that is done. Is it done? Yeah, it's done. There's a little bit further, though. Should probably do and shade. I mean, we should do that and blend it a little bit. And it works. Okay. And in hindsight, I should actually do that that bit of loincloth in a different color than Leviathan blue. I don't think it really stands out down there. Did a Doomseeker. Love those guys in Old World. They have terrific rules and also very fluffy too. I really like the Old World models. Though I think there's a bit of me that's like just nostalgia baited by it. Because like it was my favorite as a child. It was hands down my favorite system. And I think it still is. Like, well, Fantasy Battle. I don't know how Old World uses an edition of Fantasy Battle that I don't think I was around in the hobby for as the basis for its rules. Much like how Horus Heresy has elements of nostalgia to me, but is ultimately a different game system than I used to play. But I suppose it's more akin to third edition than Horus Heresy. I mean, than 10th edition is. I'm just gonna use burgundy here as well. I decided against the Leviathan blue, honestly. I just don't think it contrasts well enough with everything else, and like, because the skin tone is going to be quite like blue-green. It's very low saturation. And I think mixing it, painting it over Leviathan blue gives it a nice quality. Though it does feel a little flatter than it usually does. That'll probably change as it dries. I also like how we've got some nice tonal contrast in that there's blues and the reds there. Callus, hey, how you doing? Ave Dominant. Fuck you! Scuff. I might have been a little bit late today. I might have overslept and lost Nat Roulette. But Metal did the scuff counter. Metal did the scuff counter. How you doing, Callus? It's lovely to see you as always. Oh, so they're like dwarf versions of Night Goblin Fanatics. I love that. That's cool as hell. You meant there is no book? Fuck! I forgot. I forgot to open the Yeetonator. Refund your Borg, Callus. I'm sorry. I forgot. I forgot. Also, last night I figured out how Night Rain works. It's actually really, really fun. Like, I genuinely think you'd enjoy it if you give it a go. And they're adding balance changes to make it more accessible for single player mode. At the minute, single player mode is very rough. But I reckon with the balance changes they're implementing, it should be doable. But like, yeah, it's a fun game. It's a fun game. Definitely good, better with friends at the minute. But I'm excited because they've said they're adding a 2-player balance change in the near future and a single-player balance adjustment. So hopefully, when those are in, you'll be back. You've been prepping a character for the new D&D campaign. Oh hell yeah! The VTT campaign has a visual novel mode. Wait, what? The VTT? Wait, you can have chat messages displayed. You'd like your characters are in a visual novel. It's so much fun. What's the VTT? What's VTT? I'm not sure what that is. Virtual tabletop. Oh, that does sound cool. I really like that. Yeah. That might be something for me to think about running in the future. As like a stream, maybe. That could be fun. That could be really fun. Maybe I'll use that interface while for when I eventually do Blackstone Fortress. I just need a table. I literally just need a table. I've got everything built. Not all of it is painted, unfortunately. I'm gonna try and build the. I'm gonna try and build it while I'm gonna try and paint everything off stream before I get the table. But it's gonna happen probably before the end of summer. And then it'll be a regular thing, like, eventually. I get to do, like, little tabletop RPGs. I might do Wrath and Glory with chat as well someday. Hey, machine. I hope you're not making a grave mistake, but you'll probably go... Don't do it, Major. Don't do it. You're already apprehensive about it. It means you don't want to do it. Listen to your instincts. Don't do it. It's too old. It won't last. And you may end up regretting your choice. You're already thinking that you're going to regret it. And a 1080 is old, like...
Skulls for the Skull Throne!
Callus_the_archivist just cheered 1 bits. Also,
Yeah.
I have been looking into Elden Ring multiplayer. Turns out I was incorrect. You can be invaded when you don't have co-op summons. You just need an item called Taunter's Tongue, which you can get as soon as you reach Round Table Hold.
Yeah. So, that could be fun, Callus, don't you think? Oh my god, chat could invade me. Oh, that would be so mean. My whole run is just plagued by chatters, like, murdering the shit out of me. Though it would be kind of funny. It would be a little bit funny. I think it'd be good content, honestly. I think it would be good content. But the one issue with Night Rain, I think, is that it really just makes me want to play Elden Ring. Like, it's good for that kind of slice of Elden Ring if you want to have a quick experience, not get bogged down into, like, a massive 100-hour playthrough. Tiger gets scuffed by all the chatters. Lol. We still have a month to decide, and the market is changing. Genuinely. Probably July, because of pay. I genuinely think 3080 or 3060 Ti would probably be the perfect thing for you. Where did I put her head? There it is. Well, while that's drying, I should probably try and get some semblance of tidiness on this. There's a lot of, I think we're just going to use Wolf Grey. I think it's the right pigment for her skin tone. It has a slight bluish quality to it, which I quite like. Chat, if I played Elden Ring, would you invade me? Please don't. I will be sad. No, who am I kidding? It'd be fun. It'd be fun. I may regret this statement. I may regret this statement. But, like, the idea of chat invading me is kind of fun. It's going to take a fair bit of pigment to cover that blemish where the paint Went down. Oh, fuck. Just doing some highlights on the face while I've made that correction. She is actually quite pretty. God, I hate painting faces there. There's too many chances to fuck it all up. I don't know how much of that is in focus. What do you think, chat? That's not in focus. That's not been in focus the whole time. Fantastic. Like, I know it's mostly grey. But, like, she is actually dead, lol. We'll wash her with Quellia green shade later, and then we'll do, like, eyes and makeup and shit. Actually, I should probably do that now. No. I'll do. No. Yeah, no. I'll do all that last. I'll do all that last. It's dry yet. It's mostly dry. If we're wet blending, it doesn't have to be fully dry, which is the plan. It is the plan. You realize that you have invited all that. All hail Tiger, hell yeah. You're at the point Tiger realized she was fucked up. You would, but I don't have the game, thankfully, lol. Well, at least 10, because I'm learning 1440 feet. Yeah, I'd probably say 3060 Ti is the right thing. 3060 Ti. Oh, the 3060 Ti. I mean, I have the regular 3080. The whole 30 series has lots of RAM. I genuinely think it's worth it. The 20 series I've heard is not good. You realize you've invited all that heard to come invade. I'm gonna have when I eventually do online vanilla no mods, I'm just gonna have the stream title be "Invade me, bitches." Invade me, taking on all challenges. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Taking on all challenges I have never PvP'd before, in brackets. Teach me how to murder other people in Elden Ring. And the only way to learn is by doing. So, not even manslaughter, chat, just straight up murder. Let it happen. Blood must flow. Also, if you're wondering about the color choices, I'm just following the concept art, which is a lot greener in terms of these wing bits than the actual Games Workshop painted art, which I think is a bit weird, honestly. But I like it. It looks cool. And if it looks cool, I don't really care. It's not like I play Age of Sigmar anyway. I just want the model to look cool. And also, I like the vibrancy of these colors, honestly. It just looks nice. I want pretty models. And I think it really contrasts against the very low saturation background we've got. Which should help the miniature stand out a lot more. Oh, finger painting. Such a useful technique that we learn as children. And it's nice that it's still relevant to an adult, lol. It just works, you know? You painted the first 150 points of your army. Hell yeah! Pics in the Discord. I'm proud of you, Rad. You've already done more than most people who get into Warhammer. Which is, in fact, a sad fact. It's like, people love the idea of playing Warhammer, but hate the idea of having to paint a massive army of models because of how much time it takes. Okay. So next week's painting session is probably going to be the Night Dominus. But it's not going to take very long. It's not going to take very long. Like, so half the stream will probably just putting it together. Once it's finished, once the painting is finished. I'm also going to reject the concept of airbrush for it because it just gives me so much frustration, chat. Like, I love my airbrush. I love when it works, but it doesn't want to work half the time, and yeah. Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go into Leviathan Blue instead of the other paint I had planned as the final shade. I think that's a good call, in all honesty. Also, I sent my Fulgrim into, I submitted my Fulgrim to White Dwarf. They have not gone back to me, but it'd be cool if, I got some feedback off them. It'd be even cooler if it showed up in an issue of the magazine someday. You hate feeling this sick? Wow, I can't save you. I'm sorry. You just have to take care of yourself, lol. Do a self-care, Deadfire. I believe in you. I believe in you. Wow. Okay. What? Just realized it's out of focus again because I'm doing a different part of the model and holding it differently. That. Also, Tiger, Void War's on Steam now. Oh, no shit. I forgot. I wanted to stream it before it got released. I can't afford to pick it up this week. Well, not until Friday because I get paid on Friday. But if it's out, then I guess, yeah. I imagine the release version is different to that alpha version. I mean that was a pre-release version, right? So it's not the final game. I do really want to stream it. I will do a WTF is Void War next week probably, or on Sunday. Getting up very late. I fell asleep. I had a nice nap and I was late for stream, in fairness. And also I don't have work tomorrow. So like I can afford to I can afford to just stay up as late as I want, lol. Okay. That's that bit done. For now. Leviathan blue next. That's mostly just going to be in the wing membranes, I think. Yeah. Maybe a little overspill, but I don't think I want to overspill too much. Bins, and I'm like, oh, worn out, damn. Oh. I mean, if you just do stuff more regularly, it'll help. Fitness is a gradual process, and it's the kind of thing you just kind of have to work on. Like, you can't, there's no, like, escaping that. If you want to you just, yeah, gotta take care of yourself. And it starts with doing stuff like that regularly. I believe in you, Rai Rai. I believe in you. Used to go to the gym before COVID, but yeah, ain't gone back into healthy habits since COVID. I think a lot of people have struggled since COVID. I never win sweepstakes, but GW is doing a sweepstake to win a Horus Heresy Primarch, as well as shoulder pads for their Legion, the transfer sheet and heads for that Legion. Really? There's 5 winners. Nice. Good luck. I mean, do you have to be a Warhammer Plus subscriber for it? Because a lot of their raffles are like, yeah, subscribe to Warhammer Plus. And I'm already subscribed to Warhammer Plus, and so I'm already in. So I just guess I never win. Lol. I really like Croxigore scales. I think it's just a really nice paint. Like, it's so nice for blends as well. What do I need to do next? I suppose I could do some of these random vines and whatnot that are floating about. I could. Or I could just crack on with the blue, because it looks like it's actually drying quite quickly. And also, if it's not 100% dry, that's also okay. No, it just says sign up to Warhammer email newsletter before. Yeah, and if you're already subscribed to the email, you kind of just, yeah. They do these sweepstakes pretty regularly, in all honesty. They just want your data so they can send you marketing info. Oh shit, that's the wrong paint. Oh, that's the wrong paint. Oh, that's the wrong paint. Oh god. It was Leviathan. It's Leviathan purple, not Leviathan contrast blue. Ah. I goofed. I goofed. I goofed. But it's not the worst goof ever. Yeah. It could be worse than that. I think it worked out mostly okay. This is why you don't put 2 dark paints that have very similar names next to each other. They literally look exactly the same as each other when you can't actually see the labels. That's my fault. I was a dummy. I was a dummy. But it's fine, we saved it. And it probably won't look that different, in all honesty, when we do it. So just for the sake of it, we're just gonna blend this into what we've done by accident, and it'll be fine, right? I said copiously. In fact, it will be fine. Well, just smudge that in. Smudge a little over here this way. Smudge a little bit off, because that's too much of a smudge. We just kind of want to tint it a bit, not like actually full on paint these other areas. You know? I blended too much away. What? Oh god, that's too much on. Ah! Also, I forgot I had D&D on Saturday, so no Saturday stream again, I'm sorry. Actually, there might be a Saturday stream, I just might do it later. It's just gonna be later than scheduled. Unless I'm super tired after D&D, which probably won't be likely. I'll probably just have a monster and crack on. That kind of looks alright. It's a little inconsistent. But I think it works. Feels very wet right now, though. But I think it works. I think this is starting to look... I think this is starting to come together. Okay. We're not trying to do too much into the fur. I'm just trying to add a gentle, deeper layer. Mostly wipe it all off. Sort of a bit more like a wash than anything. But it's more like a tint. We're trying to tint it. Oh shit. That's fine. It's all fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Too much paint on the brush. This is, I think, one of the problems with contrast paints is that it's very easy to get just a little bit more paint than you need on the brush. Fortunately, it's fine most of the time, but like... Okay. Okay. What are we thinking so far, chat? Out of focus all the way back there, I realise, which I'm going to fix in but a second. What are we thinking so far? I mean, I've had this model for a while. I just like the model, Demi. Also, hey, how you doing? I just like the model. That's literally it. I mean, I'd play Age of Sigmar eventually, probably, if I had enough units for an army. But, like, I just have some models, and this was one I just kind of, like, picked up. And was like, this looks cool. That's the only reason I picked it up. And I think that's enough of a reason. But hey, how you doing? How you doing? I think I've done okay on these wings. I think they're just a bit different enough to Fulgrim that I don't like. I've used some of the mostly the same techniques and some of the same paints, but I think she's different enough to Fulgrim that it's like it's aight. It's aight. I like the texture that finger painting adds to models, honestly. I feel like it does a good thing. It's a bit darker than I originally envisioned, but you know, if it looks good, right? You try Spearhead? I know. I have a Spearhead and I also have Scaventide, but like I only have so much time in the day, damn it. Hell, these guys that you can see in the background have been sitting on my desk for ages, for like 2-3 weeks now. And I haven't progressed them since the last time I visited them. Which in fairness, they're mostly done. I just need to like do the greens on them and then wash the steel, the metals. And some of them need a bit more gold on it. The characters need a bit more work. But like, and then I need to do heads. And then I need to do the demon princes in the background. In fact, this look of eye I'm probably just going to use as a demon prince in my Emperor's Children. Not one with wings, because like, even though she's a really big chunky model, she does not have the width of a demon prince with things. Also, her base is slightly too big for a demon prince model. I don't really know. Like, if she had that width that I'm showing off here on her model, then she'd work, but she doesn't. But yeah, no, I'd be down to try Age of Sigmar at some point. It's a matter of when I have a set of models finished, not if, you know? But that when is not a huge priority for me. I have lots of other things that I need to work on first. But for now, if I get a cool model, I will paint that shit up. I'll paint that shit, no questions. Cool model, paint. Not cool model, sleep. That's just how it works, chat. Something I can already use and is fully painted, play. So I don't like putting grey shame on the table. I mean, it's just me, but like I hold myself to that standard. Because I've never put grey shame on the table. Not even when I was a kid. I'd always get everything painted. Even if it was painted badly. But then again, back in the day, Games Workshop, like the stores wouldn't let you put grey armies on the table. They had to be fully painted. Otherwise, they'd just be like, nah. These days, it's more of a bonus if you have your models painted, which I think is weird, you know? Like, I think that's weird. I feel like it shouldn't be a bonus. It should be the expectation, you know? Am I weird or snobbish for thinking that? I don't think I am. But then again, I suppose that ADHD time blindness being on disability means I forget sometimes. And most people can't just spend 8 hours painting a squad of liberators just because they wanna. Alas, I'm lucky if I get through a squad a week, really. I was supposed to play a tournament. Not that long ago. Like a week or two ago, and I just didn't because my army wasn't ready. It just, like, it's all built. I just have to paint it, and yeah. It's easier said than done. I'm hoping that this isn't going to ruin this face. I don't think it will. As long as I get any excess off. and soak it up onto a dry brush. She's got such a pretty face for a Games Workshop sculpt, honestly. They very seldom do women's faces in a way that makes them look attractive, I think. Well, they do. It's just the expressions don't often allow it to show because they're always angry and shouting, and I'm just like, bruh. Bruh. But on her, she just looks more stoic than anything, which is not really a kind of look they often give to female characters. It's usually like guys doing it, and I just think it's a very nice kind of dispassionate look, which is very cool, I think. Very cool. I think it suits her a lot. I wonder if green shade was the right call. Honestly, a lot stronger than I thought it would be as a pigment. Okay. I wonder if green was the right shade to go. I think it was, honestly. But still, one can't help but wonder sometimes. I guess I just need to, once again, remind myself that yes, you have to trust in the process. You have chosen these colors for a reason. And you know that they're going to do the work that you want them to do. It's like with people, you have to make sure that they are positively affirmed. You have to assure yourself that your ideas are in fact valid and good. Especially when you've used the same ideas before and they've worked out really well for you. Let's not knock over my camera and my tracker and do all of the things. It's like, I have them painted and I no longer feel sick and thought of seeing them on a tabletop.
Do you hear the voices too?
Beep underscore boop 1716 just followed.
Beep boop, thank you for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our little community here. Do you like Warhammer? Do you like miniature painting? If so, what's your favorite? It's always lovely to see new people in the community. And we have a Discord too with lots of wonderful artists. It is a cozy place. A cozy place. But welcome, welcome. We do lots of mini painting. well, at least one session a week of mini painting. And then sometimes I get very hype, or I get very tism, and I just abandon my schedule to specifically focus on one particular thing for a whole week, like I did with Fulgrim. I'd say that was a week well spent, in all honesty. I reckon we'll have Luaka finished tonight, in all honesty. Maybe we might need to do some finishing touches on another day, but she's mostly done. Like, we might need to do some tidying and some cleanup in places, but we're almost ready to just move straight onto the armor. Once the face is finished. We might need to do some highlights on the body as well, but like, we'll leave that to either an off-stream or final stage right at the end, depending on how much time we have. I say how much time we have. We're ending when I get tired, lol. And if we finish and I'm not tired, we'll play some video games or something. That's my plan. What? Only reason I even feel like I need to shade this area is just to make sure that there is a consistent aesthetic no matter which angle the model is viewed for. Most people aren't even going to be able to see that it's done. But that doesn't mean it's not important. Just like how that little nail there on his hand, I can see that it's unpainted and I'm going to have to correct that. On her hand, rather. I'm going to correct it because all of the nails need to be the same color or it will annoy me. I'm enjoying these colors though. It's a nice time. Okay. Let's get some of the excess off before it coffee stains the model. I really like the look we've got so far, though. It's going to contrast really well with the armor overhead. Oh god, it's after midnight already. Still have another 36 models to paint, and that's barely a quarter of the army you want to build. Lol. 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 Welcome to miniature wargaming. The plastic crack has you now. You're never escaping. I'm not sorry. You have done this to yourself. Okay, what's next? I am going to switch to speed paints, I think, for the next stages. I'm going to use some enchanted steel on the armor bits. And basically all of the metal. Except the sword. The sword is going to be polished, done in polished steel. Actually, no, I need to double check that the face is okay. I should finish the face before I switch to the polished steel. Let me put this in focus. It's a very nice face, honestly. It's very grey. Even after the unifying shade. But, like, she's also a fucking vampire, and she's dead, so I guess that's to be expected. I don't know. %100% how this is actually intended to fit. I think it's meant to be in. I think it's meant to fit like that. I think it's meant to fit like that. How does it look on? Yeah. Yeah, that's how it's meant to fit. Okay. Well, let's get this face painted, shall we? Things I want to do. I'd like to give her a little bit of, I'd like to do her eyes. I think her little chompers need a little something. I'd like to do those lips in a red tone. I'm trying to find the right paint. I haven't used this in a good while. Another thing I should have done is blacked out the eyes. That's something I will do now, actually. I'm just going to use Black Legion Contrast, because it was just black out the little eye drops really well. That much help. Okay, hear me out. Cold-blooded means no body heat for lol. So no risk. Lol. Look, you don't have to sell it to me, Deadfire. So I guess you're selling it to chat. Lol. Which, I mean, if they're here with the stream title being what it is, I don't know that they actually need I don't think that they need to be convinced. Let's be honest. You're all on the same page, right, chat? I feel like they are. Just smile and nod, lol. Just smile and nod. You're not Deadfire. It was... Oh god, I'm so sorry. Maybe I am tired. I'm so sorry, Rad. Maybe I am tired. Wow. I think Gato needs to sleep. I don't feel tired, though. That could just be the monster I've been drinking. Having its effect, though. I want to finish her. There's not much left. For real. There's not much left. It was like, it's not the first time it's happened when I've been tired. I also mixed up my mods sometimes. Unintentionally, but I felt awful about it when I realized. She's even got the Cupid's bow on her lip. That's so good. Do I want to give her eyeshadow? I don't know that I need to, honestly. Okay, what do I need? The tiniest drop of black. But this isn't for... This is for her little eyebrows. Stupid paint pot clothes. I hate citadel pots, chat. I just wish they came in dropper bottles. I wish they came in dropper bottles. They'd be so much easier to manage. Like, I can never be sure if they're closed or not, because sometimes they just get this bit of paint that's just stuck. And it just stops it from fully closing, so I worry that the paint on the inside is just slowly oxidizing and drying out. And in fairness, that has happened to a couple of bottles. It's really annoying. It's not the paint's problem, it's literally just the packaging. If they repackaged everything in a dropper bottle, it would make life so much easier. And I get why people like these like paint pots. I get it. Because it's nice to have a little lip that like you can just kind of like dip into. I remember back in the day where they all had like screw caps and the cap had this little lip and it had no problems. Everyone was super happy with the new bottles. Back when they had things like chestnut ink. We all hate citadel pots, but we still buy them. It's because we know how to use their colors, their paints. Not because we like the bottles they come in. If I weren't lazy, I would legit just rebottle all of my paints into dropper bottles. If I weren't lazy and didn't want to buy a shitload of dropper bottles, I would. Okay, 1 drop of black paint for what is to come. We're just going to give her little eyebrows. Some little eyebrows. Okay. Now, a drop of dead white for her little chomper. She just has a little fang. It's like a cute anime fang, right? Just like me for real. She just has two little fangs, the little chompers. And we're just gonna paint those up with just a little bit of white. There's a loose hair on this brush, and that's really annoying. Where's my little tweezers? I had them, they were right here. I was just using them. Oh, they must have fallen on the floor. That must have been the thing that fell. But where did you fall, little tweezers? You are like the most critical tool for me to constantly have access to. There you are, I found you. Especially when I'm trying to paint. And, oh, these are broken. Well, I might have rolled over it with the tooth with the wheel of my chair. Oh, this is so fucking hard to do, chat. Like, holy shit. I suppose it's my own fault. I've made it harder for myself by painting the whole thing red. But like, you got to paint the lips before you paint the teeth. It's just fucking hard if you don't. That's one chomper. Chomper number 2. She might look a little bit silly, honestly. But that's okay. I'm gonna give her yellow eyes, because that's what she has on the concept art. And I actually quite like the way that looks. Then we get to do the armor and the gold bits, of which there's not that much. What's the yellow I want to use? Do you want to go for a fluorescent kind of yellow? I'm tempted, honestly, but no. No, I think that's gonna look too weird. Room engine is generating the most cryptic shit. You honestly can't tell if there are lightning claws or something else. It's probably lightning claws for a Raven Guard character. Probably lightning claws for a Raven Guard character. Because we all know that Space Marines are getting a bunch of shit coming at the end of the year. Or at least that's what the rumor mill is saying. And it tracks, given that Space Marines have a bunch of Codex releases. And they're like generic, they're like Codex chapter releases as well, not like non-standard. Like, we've had a release for the founding chapters all teased, so... I've goofed. I have goofed a little with these eyes. Just a little bit too big. That's okay. I know how to fix this. Where's my wolf grey? Your friends keep trying to steal your models. Seemingly, they have a preference for stealing termagants. Why? Why are your friends stealing your models? That's so messed up. Is it because they don't want to paint their own? I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed, chat. Need to blend that in a touch, and then it'll be fine. Let's redo those eyebrows, because they're a little bit annoying me now. I actually made them worse. I've made them worse. Oh my god. Faces are so hard. Okay, now my super elite hack for making this slightly less of a pain in the tip. A pen. At least it would be if this was working, but it doesn't seem to want to work. Bugger. Oh no, it is working. I just need to make sure. Give it a little shake. Okay. going to give her eyeliner. The super elite hack chat has been completed. We have now dotted the eyes and given her eyeliner. We just need to tidy up around the eye first. Then we can move on. Oh shit. That could have gone horribly wrong. Holy shit, we didn't do a terrible job. It actually doesn't look like a bad face. I did it. I did it. I did it. I've done a face I'm not completely upset with. One that I actually think isn't complete shit. It's not going to win me any painting competitions. But it is not terrible. And that's a first for me. That is a first for me, chat. Holy shit. Cool. Right. Metalwork now. Metalwork. Look at this cat. She's so cute. Now for this stage, we're gonna do mostly speed paints because it's late. But we're not just gonna leave it at just speed paints. I had 2 speed paints. I had Enchanted Steel here as well. I'm gonna use Enchanted Steel for most of the metal. Small!
Look out!
Hey!
Here they come!
How you
Small and
doing?
Strong just raided with 35 viewers.
How are you doing, Small? How was your stream? What were you up to? Hey, Mimikyu. Do I have any mods in chat? If not, I will do the shout out. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I feel like most of you, if you're in Small's community, may know me by now. We go way back. Tonight we are painting some Warhammer. We are painting Luaka, the MILF of Nightmares. We've mostly finished her, actually. We're just doing the armor now, and then we're going to do some highlights on the fabric and all that stuff. In fact, we should probably do the highlights on the fabric right now before we do anything else, because I don't want to have to deal with paint shit and my metallic flakes in my paint, in all honesty. Say the word mods and they appear. It's like a monarch summoning their servants, you know? Mods, smack his nuts. And then they come and do the thing. Lol. But yeah, welcome, welcome. I'm Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I love Warhammer. I love playing games with my community. I hope you have a lovely time here. We're just chilling, doing some painting, working on this vampire monster. I have painted a face today, which I don't think is terrible. She even has eyes with pupils, which is a rare thing for me. I try and avoid painting faces as often as I can. But this model didn't have a helmeted option, so we just had to do our best. I'm pretty happy with how she's turning out so far, in all honesty. Not my nuts. Lol. Yes. You're both of them. They're going to be ground into nut juice. I mean, what? What is nut juice? Tell me. What am I doing? What am I doing? I am going to do some highlights. I would like... I only need to highlight a little bit of bottom, honestly. I think I know how I'm going to do that. Where is my Warlord purple? This is the perfect colour for it. We just give it a little shake. Tiger, you're being a silly woman. That's what I'm doing. I am. But that's just business as usual here. I am a silly creature. Still, I'm very happy with the progress. We might actually get her finished tonight. Maybe I ought to get the base coat done. I mean, get the base actually painted instead of just having it be raw texture paint. Yeah, that might be it. That might be an idea. I think I'm going to need squid pink to highlight the hilt, but Warlord purple should be fine as a highlight on all of this fabric. But how was your stream, Small? Did you have a nice time? Did chat give you the bully too much? Was it destroy all humans? Zero, could you give Small the shout out, lol? Wow. Could touted many testicles. Sweet. Mods, smack Small's nuts. I mean, what? I feel like that would summon a mod who would actually give you a shout out, lol. Space Marine Mastercraft Edition drops in a few days. I might pick it up if the multiplayer scene is good, because Space Marine 1's multiplayer was the shit. Let me tell you, it is so good. The Space Marine 1 multiplayer. Like, if you like Space Marine 2, but like me feel that it's not very good because of its multiplayer, because Space Marine 2 is lacking a lot of content. Space Marine 1's content blows it out of the water. Hands down, the superior game. Like, it had so many maps for multiplayer, and like, it had the whole, like, horde mode that, like, Space Marine 2 still hasn't gotten. And it had the whole Dreadnought defense mode where it was like an asymmetrical thing where one player could control a Dreadnought. It was so good, chat. Like, it was a good time. The only sad thing is, like, its community started to die out because, you know, time. Wow, I've been bonked. Fungi, hi. I miss Space Marine 1 multiplayer. I know, right? We'll get it eventually. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I saw. Oh, you gave one. I'm so sorry, Fungi. I didn't see. Let me see. Oh, am I blind? I don't see. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, my God, I'm blind. I'm so sorry, Fungi. I'm so sorry. I didn't see. I am a blind creature. Wow. I'm just lost in the source. I am just lost in the source. I'm so sorry. Thank you for all your support, Fungi. I'm sorry. Wow. 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 Space Marine 2 multiplayer is just not... Space Marine 2 multiplayer is lacking 16 play... Like, it just lacks the scope of Space Marine. I feel like what they should have done is they'd have called... no, it doesn't lack the scope of Space Marine. It lacks the scope of Warhammer 40,000. They should have just called it Kill Team multiplayer. They could have called... If they called multiplayer mode Kill Team, then, yeah, that would actually be kind of cool. And then they could just take Kill Team's rules and apply that to PvP multiplayer, and that would probably work quite well, in all honesty. I think that would work really well. Damn. Games Workshop, you should commission a... you should commission someone to do a kill team game, just porting the rules of the tabletop into a video game. It would be really easy and make a ton of money. Because let's be honest, be easier than selling people models. G-dubs, hire me. I got tons of good ideas. Like, what if you did like a dating sim for an administratum person, and you had to assign like people to that appropriate assignment based on the results of your dates, lol. It'd be great. I'd buy it. What else could they do? I mean, they could do Dark Heresy 2nd Edition when they've finished Dark Heresy Original that they're doing. Hi.
I'm gonna take a shower. Let me know if the hair dries too loud.
Okay.
What?
Basically, one Mastercrafted a remaster. It is a remaster. Wait. Yeah. I wonder if it's gonna have multiplayer. I wonder if people are gonna pick up the multiplayer. And I wonder if they pick up the multiplayer, if it's gonna drive people away from Space Marine 2. Because honestly, the Space Marine 1 multiplayer is just that good. I have no reason to replay the campaign because I've done it kind of recently and there won't be any changes. It's just like same gameplay, same game, slightly up-resed and better optimized, I suppose, hopefully. I hope that it's better optimized. Not that Space Marine 1 had bad optimization. Not that Space Marine 1 had bad optimization at all. But, like, you'd think they would. Just while they were doing that. It's basically just up-resed. It's not really a remaster. It's just like they increase the textures a little bit. Ooh. Cool. Right. Now, what do I need to do? I need to highlight that hilt, which will just be a little bit of squid pink. Nice and simple. Nice and easy. If it isn't, I gotta get it on Steam. Yeah. It probably won't be crossplay, in all honesty. Because Space Marine 1 wasn't crossplay. So Space Marine 1 Remaster is almost certainly not going to be crossplay. Space Marine 2's crossplay barely works sometimes. It works for single player, but multiplayer is pretty, yeah. It's still not really working for some people, unfortunately. Which is a shame, but crossplay is a bit of a bitch for some people to program. But so I hear. I have no idea how it works. So I could just be chatting out my arse, lol. Finger paint. This helps us blend. It's very easy. It makes life so much easier, chat. It's yeah. Yeah. Cool. Right. What next? What next? I hope it's going to be a decent price. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. What's next is I am going to paint the sword in polished... No, I'm going to paint all of the armor, because all of the armor needs to dry before I do anything else. Ah! Let's not drop our paints. I might have picked out a way more paints to use today than I actually needed. in hindsight, but I'd rather have them access to them easily and not need them than need them and not have them. I say that. There are definitely some things I'm going to end up using. I need to wash this immediately and use a smaller brush. Actually, no, that's a lie. I should have just done a different area. Like here. I really like Speed Paint Metallics. They're just really good at their job. And have fantastic coverage. Okay. So this is just we're using the speed paints because it's just very easy to pre-shade with them. That's the main reason. Because it's not going to be silver by the end of the stream. They're going to be a completely different color. God, I'm so glad I've got tomorrow off work, chat. It's just nice to be able to like stay up and focus on getting something done. It's a nice feeling, you know. Though I can't help but wish I could do this for a living. Just painting, you know? Be nice. Maybe I should open up commissions or something at some point. But then it's like, how do I make that a thing for people? How do I make that a thing? I suppose there's the benefit also of being a commission artist. Being based in the UK for Warhammer, you can source things locally, which would drop down the overall price for the customer, because they wouldn't have to buy it and then post it here and then I paint it. They could just ask me to source it and then they'd cover the cost of the model, in addition to the cost of like me painting the damn thing. I feel like people have said I should try it before, and I don't know just how I don't know how I'd price it, but I feel like it could work. I just have to figure out a pricing structure and what my costs are. And if I could end up doing it for a living, that'd be cool. Because most people don't need like Golden Demon standard miniatures. As much as I'd like to push myself on occasion to try and do that, most people just want something they can put on the tabletop. I think it's fair, because that's what I mostly want too. But I always try and do a little bit extra on certain models. Like the ones I want to paint just for fun, like this one, and Fulgrim. Okay. This color honestly isn't bad as is. I just feel like going the purple that she has on the concept art is just gonna make it look even nicer, you know? And also purple is great. Purple's like the best color. Lol. Get wrecked, pink enjoyers. So tabletop simulator, is that a good idea to get? Yeah, if you want to play Warhammer and stuff on tabletop. I like tabletop simulator. There's a bunch of board games in it. And card games as well. I have not actually played tabletop simulator in ages. We could you know that Miku song, Nice Try. We could do that. We could do that and it would be funny. Because I am the kind of shitlord that would get really cocky about being about to win. And yeah, that's the kind of shit that would happen to me. I'm bad at board games, chat. Don't play board games with me. Not Warhammer, but like play Warhammer with me. But like regular board games and card games like Monopoly, I'm terrible. I just I get so just into them and I get gloaty and it's like it's a side of myself I don't like, but at the same time it's very funny. At least I think it's funny. No, there was that one time where I absolutely destroyed Pink to the point where she doesn't want to play Monopoly with me ever anymore. It was funny. It was also the first time we played Monopoly. God, that's such a nice paint. Like, I just really like how it works, honestly. Don't you think, chat? Does it not just look really good? I'm gonna tint some of that purple soon. So is it one of the DLC or workshop content? I have no idea. I've not actually looked into Tabletop Simulator with Warhammer. I feel like it might be workshop content because I don't think they could legally sell stuff because it uses a lot of 3D renders of actual Warhammer product. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really be much help because it's not something I've used before. Not something I've used before. Wow. But I mean, I have used Tabletop Simulator. I've just not used it to play Warhammer before. But I love this rapier. It just looks very, very sharp. Okay. Now that bit's done, I need my detail brush. We're gonna... That's not my detail brush. Why did I think it was my detail brush? It literally is massive. Use my detail brush and we're gonna go in, do all the things like these little chains, the little buckles, all of the, you know, details, lol. Oh, chat, are you excited for our Night Rain collab? Me and Small on Friday. I am. I haven't gotten to hang out with Small in a good long while. Like, I mean, yes, in stream chats, but like, it's not the same as like hanging out, like on a stream and like just playing games together. So I'm excited for that. I'm not familiar with Gravy though, but there's Small vouchers for them. They're probably good people. I know Small has a generally good, quite good taste in collabers. Like I think I met Lex and Nenya through him, which is really nice because like they've both been lovely friends to have since then. Actually, I should do this chain in gold. It'll look better in gold. Do all of these belt buckles. Oh bugger, I've gone over that bit. You know what? It's fine. It's too late now. I'll just go over that in steel. I'll go over that in Sigmar Burgundy later. God, some of the angles you have to hold this up at in order to paint are kind of crazy. Oh, there is a buckle back here. Cool. That's another bit I'm gonna have to repaint. Lovely. Ah, chat. Why am I like this? That's okay. We'll get this done quickly at the end. The whole cleanup stage later. Cool. I don't want Aztec gold for this actually. I want a different gold. I think I want something a little bit. I think I want something a little bit warmer to help contrast the skin tones and all of that. Something a bit warmer. Something a bit warmer. I don't feel like I want to use the ionic golds. I think I just want to stick to speed paints for the gold. Talos bronze is too dark. Horde bronze is too bronze. Glittering loot, maybe? I'm gonna compare it to Hoplite gold though. Aztec gold again. Aztec gold is too green. I think it would be... I think it would blend in a bit too much with the green tones we've got. Like, not that it looks green, it's just got like a very slight green tint to the gold. Which is nice. Like, I use it a lot. I use it for most of my Emperor's Children. But I think when you've got this much green on the model, it's not a good idea for the sake of readability, if that makes sense. But how many Aztec golds do I have? A lot is the answer. Okay, I think... Do I not have... I have Hoplite gold somewhere. Unless it's already on the desk and I'm just blind. That is a possibility. But I don't think it is, because I only see Aztec gold on there plus some silvers. Hoplite gold. I think I want to go with glittering loot. I think it's the right call here. The Hoplite gold is nice, but... Oh, if I could buy golden armor, actually, that probably would be a bad chance. Golden armor is fantastic. It might be exactly what I need. But if I can't find it, glittering loot is probably... Golden armor. Yeah, golden armor is what I want. Definitely what I want. I haven't actually used this paint in ages. It's a very warm gold, which is why I like it. Some might think it's a bit too dark, but I think it's just the right kind of gold for what we want it for, which is mostly to contrast everything around it. I do feel like I might have to add in a highlight later though. It doesn't contrast as much as the other paint. Much like how I reckon I'm probably going to add a shade with that dark metal into the blade of the sword later. With the Ionic Smart Paints, thingy thing, the black metal. I think I'm gonna have to use that as a slight shade just to push the contrast on the sword a little bit and add a little bit of shine. And we'll contrast that with a silver highlight later as well to really push the tonal shift. I sometimes wonder if I'm just yammering on about nothing, or if people actually understand what I'm saying, or just think it's a bunch of buzzwords. But I like to think I know what I'm saying. I did go to art school after all, back in the day. So visual arts was never actually what I specialised in. My choice, mind you. But we cannot help the circumstances which we start life in. All we can do is try to play the cards that we are dealt as we learn what they do. Kinda wish I'd learned how they worked earlier though. It's got all of these rings. Like, bitch, you're dead. Why do you need all this bling? Oh. Well, that's a paint pot dropped. Fortunately, it was closed. Why would a vampire have a bunch of jewelry, chat? What purpose do we think it serves? Other than to be like, yo, look at me. I'm a show off, lol. I just feel like it's really weird. I suppose it could be that they have things in life that they kind of just aren't ready to let go of. I suppose it makes sense. I'm painting off screen again. I do that every now and again. I don't mean to. It just kind of happens. Falling so they can see themselves in the mirror. Oh, that's true. Because, yeah, they have no vampires have no reflections, do they? I fall. Okay, what else am I doing? I fought 4. That makes so much sense. I can't believe I forgot that. This is like very important vampire lore, lol. Oh yeah, they literally can't see themselves in the mirror. But they're not really, they're still not seeing themselves in the mirror though. They're just like seeing items floating. Wait, does that mean like she can see all her armor in the mirror? But not the rest of her as well? I feel like logic dictates that yes, that's exactly how it works. I'm so glad that her armor is not as bad as Chaos trim. It does have a little bit of trim, but it's quite minimalistic. Painting off stream again. Why am I like this, chat? Can someone just bonk me whenever I do it? Because it probably will happen again. Okay. Is it the whole shoulder pad that's trim? I don't think it is. Oh, it is. Damn. Fuck. Fine. God. It's still not that bad. It's still not that bad. This is just copium, chat. Yeah, no, it's not, it's still definitely not as bad as Chaos Trim. Chaos Trim is the worst. It's just so excessive. But weirdly enough, the Emperor's Children trim is not as bad as regular Chaos trim. I think that's down to the fact that it's Mark 6 armor mostly based on. Fun things to do to vampires. Trap them in a mirror funhouse. Oh god, that's so cruel. Holy shit. Okay, what's next? It's doing the little teethy teeth on the other pauldron. And then... And then I think it's time for the colouring of the armour, which won't take too long, I don't think. Oh my god, this paint always gets stuck. Is this the right paint? It is. Dioxazine purple, 2 drops. Contrast medium, also 2 drops. This will hopefully give me enough coverage to stain all the armor parts I need to stain. Where's my pipette? That's not the pipette I want to use, because it's covered in something. Okay. I really don't want to mess anything up I've already painted. I want to be as careful as I can be. Huh. I guess because it's a darker shade of silver than what I've done with my Emperor's Children, the dioxazine looks really different. Like, it still looks the same pigment, but it's like the tonal shifting of it is very, it feels a lot more reserved, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing, though. I actually quite like it. This might be giving me an idea. I don't know if it's a good thing, because it might change how I approach something else later. To remove all of this excess paint that's gone wrong. I'm gonna have to get some burgundy over there later. I guess if I wanted to speed paint my Emperor's Children, nah, this could probably work. I've also just remembered I haven't actually done the armor on the neck. So before I do that, let's make sure I do that. This is going to need to be colored in exactly the same way. I still think like there's bits on her face I need to tidy out. Yeah, like this bit here. Quickly do that just while I've got it in mind. Yeah. Okay, that's that bit fixed. Right, back to colouring the armour. Well. Oh fuck, there's still more gold I need to do. No, let's go back and do that after we've finished what we're doing here. One thing at a time. Just remember that there's a little bit of trim there. I say myself, probably certain that I'm going to forget. You do Sons of Horus or Alpha Legion? Alpha Legion are pretty cool. I don't rate the Sons of Horus that much, in all honesty. But that's just me. Like, and I have my biases. I just feel like the Alpha Legion do the whole sea green kind of thing way better than the Sons of Horus. But the Sons of Horus are kind of like a very important faction in the Horus Heresy. Shocking as that may be to some people. Lol. No way. The Sons of Horus are really important in the Horus Heresy. I am shocked, chat. I am shocked. Are you as shocked as I am? Impossible. How could the Emperor trust a guy whose name is Heresy? It's literally in the name. You gonna do a heresy? He's not your loyal son. I'm kinda hungry. I grab a snack when this is done, and then go to bed. Yeah. We're almost done, chat. I think. Just gonna need to create a final wash after we do some touch-ups on the armor. Okay. One of the final bits of armor paneling done. So, if you were... So, you kind of want to do Alpha Legion just so I can do the funny I am Alfaria stuff? Understandable. 2 Alpha Legionnaires aren't named Alfaria, shocker. And also, yeah, Alpha Legion, first of all, very beginner friendly. Very easy to mass paint. Second of all, funny meme potential. If I didn't actually like the more chaos factions... Actually, no, that's a lie. Night Lords are superior to Alpha Legion. But that's, again, my opinion. Lol. I can't but help but feel like this does actually need a little bit of a highlighting. Take some of that. Mix it with a tiny bit of Vallejo silver. And then we'll edge highlight. Well, maybe not edge highlight, just just use this and highlight all of the bits that need highlighting. Oh, fuck. I've just realized I've caused a problem for myself in that I'm gonna need to mix more of the ink for tinting the neck armor. Oh well. Too late now. I just dumped a bunch of silver into the mix I was using. Because I just felt like this needed to happen now. And I foolishly did not wait. Also highlighting while it's still wet, which probably isn't a good idea, but... yeah. It's late and I'm impatient and I just want to do it. Besides, we can just blend it in. Nice and easy. I'm going to add a little bit of this brighter shade to the top of her boobs, because, like, that's armor, lol. Finger paint. Finger paint. It just helps blend things in really easily, you know? Okay. Let me just grab a little bit of God, it's so annoying that I have to redo this bit. I'm also annoyed with myself for not gluing her head onto the rest of the miniature before now. Because this is probably going to be a pain. We're just going raw with the ink because, like, it doesn't... there's no point in putting medium into this because it's just... yeah, it's just going to take a while for it to actually do the things we want it to do. I mean, it's not really... I don't think it's worth the time to mix it, but also it's just gonna... It's just a lot of resources knowing that we're not gonna do it, and I'm slightly running out of the contrast medium. So I don't want to waste it on... because basically I'd put drops into this, but like none of it would actually get used because I only need a tiny bit. Cool. Right, what's next? I think I need to go back over and redo some of the silver bits because we may have been a bit messy. And then I need to go over and do some of the burgundy bits. Let's do the silver bits first, then we'll quickly do the burgundy, and then we'll create a unifying wash. No. Yes. No. I want to do some metallic shine on the sword at some point. Mark III Tactical Squad actually seems really good. Yeah, no, the Horus Heresy Marines are really just generally quite good for the price. I recommend them, especially if you're doing 40k Chaos. You could say get a combat patrol of Chaos Marine for the Chaos Marines as your starting force, and then just get a single box of Horus Heresy guys, and you can kit bash stuff for days. They're not really that much of a smaller scale, really. They're a little bit smaller, but like, not by much. If anything, I actually think the Horus Heresy miniatures are taller than the Chaos Fate. Oh, no, they're about the same size. They're not quite as wide, though. They are not quite as wide. Okay. Let's get the smart paints out. There's two things I want to do. One, I want to highlight all the gold. Secondly, I need to actually finish all the gold, because there's one bit I forgot to do. Is this little bit here? Okay. Right. What am I going to do now? I was going to do two things. First of all, I'm going to try and do some reflections on the sword using, well, some God, what's the word for the opposite? There's some, not the opposite side of a reflection, like some contrasting darkness for the reflection. And that's what I'm going to call it, because I don't actually know what the correct term is. A drop of that with a little bit of glaze medium. I don't know where my matte medium is. It's really annoying me. I don't need it for this because I'm going to use glaze. I was going to use glaze medium anyway, but I'm annoyed I can't find it. I'm also annoyed at how much paint I've accidentally mixed, or not accidentally mixed, but I didn't mean for that much to come out of the bottle. And it's a lot. I really like Ionic Smart Paints. Their metallics are wonderful. Though I do think their bright silver is not quite as good in terms of coverage as the rest of it. So, what is the plan? We've got a straight line. So I'm thinking, let's have a look at how light actually reflects on it. We're kind of just painting light here, so I'm just gonna have this bit. I'm just gonna push the contrast and make this bit darker. And we're gonna have it mirrored because it is straight, so it's not like one side is getting more of a reflection than the other. Right, chat. Straight in Pride Month. Can you imagine? Lol. But alas, this sword is. I'm kidding. Also very based. What got you to join the correct side of the Imperium Chaos conflict, lol? Or, I don't know, are you a loyalist Alpha Legionnaire, lol? It's all fun and games, though. That doesn't look half bad. Now, we'll add some extra contrast to push that by just adding a little bit of Vallejo silver into the palette, and just kind of edge highlighting and just pushing the silver paint we've got on there a little bit brighter. Vallejo silver is my favorite silver. This bottle is running very low. Fortunately, I have others, but I don't want to have to look at them, so this is hopefully going to be enough. And it should be enough, because it's more than I actually need. You've always been on the side of Chaos. Technically, Chaos isn't actually a faction. It's just traitors and... It's traitors and loyalists, more than anything. But yeah. I get you. I thought you were a filthy Xenos enjoyer. Then again, it's heresy, so Xenos aren't really a figure at play, except in that one book, which I believe is also an Alpha Legion book. What do we think, chat? That feels very shiny to me. Okay. What else? We need to do a little highlight. We're going to use Ionic Brass, which is, once again, really lovely paint. Actually, one of my favorite gold paints. And we didn't squeeze too much out this time. We're all pawns in a great game being played by the Dark Gods. Facts. Well, not the Tyranids. They're not. They're literally outside of the Dark Gods' influence. Oh, I think there was that one Nurgle Tyranid hive, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. But I think there was one that got infected with some kind of weird virus. But they didn't really behave any different. They were still Tyranids. They were just munching, infected with the Nurgle virus. I think they still were connected to the hive mind, so like, it didn't really change them. Just a little highlight on all of the gold bits. Okay. I'm gonna go over again with the purple ink on the bits I need it, just because that's not the paint. Where's the purple ink? You are the purple ink. Is there anything I actually need to cover with purple anymore, or is it just that one tiny bit? It's just that one bit. Cool. Right, now we've got some silver that needs redoing. Quickly go over here. You might want to give that a highlight later. Like, I'm almost certainly going to give that a highlight later. Cool. Right. I say later, I'm going to do that immediately, lol. Just a tiny little dry brush of silver. Then we make a nice little wash out of inks and contrast medium. To just kind of unify everything together. But first of all, before we do that, I'm going to quickly get back into the Sigvald Burgundy. I found another bit of the purple that needs doing. Done. Nice and quick. I do need to base this, but I'm going to do that in the morning off stream because life is short and it is late. And also, it's just going to be contrast, dry brush, and then rimming. Well, super easy, super quick. Just cover up any bits that we've made a slight error on. Carefully blend it in. Oh, fuck. I've just understood something about something I've done. That's fine, we'll quickly fix that. Then we'll do that unifying wash I keep talking about doing. But this will be the last thing I think I need to do a big correction on. Hi, Haru. How you doing, little cat? Please don't make a nest in all the paint supplies again. Last time you did that, everything fell over and it was awful. Okay, what do I need to do? Let's get some super glue on the go, shall we? I don't know if this glue is actually okay anymore because I kind of forgot to close the bottle. Oh, that's fine. Cool. I kind of forgot. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That dropped right onto the model. Shit. It's gonna have to be fine. It's gonna have to be fine. It's gonna have to be fine. Oh, God. Oh, that's awful. Oh, and it's a solvent as well. Oh, fuck. Well, that might have ruined a good chunk of our work tonight. Or it might not. Who knows? We'll have to see in the morning. Fuck. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. It's my own fault. I didn't think it would drop like that. A slight goof. A slight goof from this cat chat. God, that's annoying. Hopefully it'll dry quite quickly and we can just kind of go over it. Because it does only have a 10-second drying time. But overall, unifying wash aside, hey, you can see Haru in the background. It's the Alpha Legion better. Have you considered waiting and then getting Mark II from the new Saturnine box? Because you'll have 40 odd Marines, plus the cool new Terminators, plus a Dreadnought, plus a gun platform, plus a bunch of upgrade parts to make veterans and whatnot. Fungi, I'm so sorry. I forgot your redeem. I'm going to refund that to you. Holy shit. I will plushie you anyway, but I've refunded the points. I hope if you're still there, I'm so sorry. What? Sometimes I feel like I need to program audio cues on every single on every single thing. So, I mean, the Mark II is like a lighter version of the Mark III in its overall aesthetic. Well, I mean, I'm more thinking of, hey, you get 40 Space Marine bodies, plus it's a cool character. But also, Alpha Legion were everywhere. They did everything. Don't they actually have some Terminators, some unique Legion Terminators? I feel like they do. Yeah. Well, at least it's dried, but it's not terrible. So, just very quickly cover that with ink, and no one will ever know. Perfect. Lol. It was a genius level cover-up. I don't think we've done too badly there. Now, we're not finished yet. We're almost finished, but we're not finished. I had a ratio done with this. There's going to be 1 drop of carbon black, 2 drops of burnt umber. Oh, so sorry, not burnt umber, raw sienna. Two drops raw sienna. And then a ton of contrast medium until it's nice and thin. Then we wash all of our metallics with that. I mean, Alpha Legion is also kind of generally just not known for anything in particular, because they're infiltrators. If they become known for something, they're not doing their job right, lol. I mean, that's how I look at it. They have unique Terminator models for Lernian Terminators. No-name Terminators. That's true, I suppose. I feel like it doesn't make sense for them not to have them. But you could use them as obliterators in 40k. Because they're the same size. And there's one other thing missing. One thing of magenta pigment, which I like to add. Just to add a bit of extra warmth. If the bottle would actually open. I think I might need just to dilute this just a little bit more, but there's only so much room in the thing. I'm gonna just stir that around, move that over to a new bit of palette, and then drop some more contrast medium in. And if it's not thin enough, then we can just add some more pigment to it from the premix. I feel like this is probably going to be perfect. It should be thin enough now that it's not going to really stain the paint that much. And we can just kind of wash over all of the metal with it. And it'll just kind of bring everything nicely together, is my hope. I'll kind of add a little bit of a rosy color to the gold as well, which I think is unusual and nice. But that's just my opinion. Also, I just realized I've not done a wash on the red fabric, so I might just use the same wash for that. It's kind of a little bit of everything. So it kind of just works. Oh god, I forgot that that ink was still technically wet. Okay. That's fine. We'll just do everything else around it. She's a really fun model, I have to say. Like, she's just really cool. Also, I have to say, it's nice to just be able to start something after the journey that was Fulgrim. It's nice to be able to do something and finish it in a single session. Well, basing aside, finish it in a single session. We'll have her based properly in the morning and get some pictures up on socials and in Discord once that's done. It's nice. Cool. Yeah. What do we think, chat? I'd say that's done. Basing aside. I mean, even the basing, I don't really need to do much. It's more like nice to do as opposed to must do. In fact, I could probably just do the basing now because I'm gonna try Briar Queen Shell, which I think will look really nice on top of the snow. Very quickly. Oh, actually, hang on. I've just remembered. We have to do the wood bit, the little bits of vines and stuff. I quite like Briar Queen Chill, honestly. It'll dry up quite pale. We'll dry brush it white, though, once it's dried. But it's just... we're doing this mostly just to add some depth, because if it's just plain white, it'll look kind of shit. But when we have very colourful miniatures, I think it's important to have a very plain base to just let it pop that much off the thing. Briar Queen Chill is a little bit... It's a little bit more opaque than I expected it to be. I kind of thought it would be a bit more transparent, but that's okay. There's fortunately some unfortunate staining on the snow, but this will cover that up nicely. This probably won't dry for a good while because we're just like spreading it as much as we can over, but there's still a lot. We need to use some wildwood just to very quickly do the bits of vines and whatnot. This is not a contrast paint, really. It's just a very thin, normal paint is what it feels like. This goes back to what I was saying right at the start of the stream. Not all contrast paints behave in the way you expect them to do based on the ones you've already used. Briar Queen Chill is a bit like Ball Red in that it's not really. It just kind of is like a color that's kind of a bit like an ink. Look, see, yeah, if I accidentally spill over onto the little claw thing, which is fine, I can just rub it off. But like, if you look at it, it just absolutely covers it. There's no real sense of transparency to it. It's just this kind of like very cold blue, this very bright cold blue. It doesn't really feel like a contrast ink in the same way. I do like how runny it is, though, and how thin it is. Like, I think that makes it very easy to just use it right out of the pot. which is fine for now, and what we're intending to use it for. Might do some off-stream painting tomorrow. Get work on those. Get those guys on the table behind us. At least the Space Marines, not the Demon Princes. They're definitely not getting done tomorrow because they're going to be like big projects that'll take a couple of days each. Well, especially the really big one, the sister statue in the background. Okay, so until the morning, or well, however long it takes for this to dry, I won't be able to do any more on the gold. I mean on the gold, on the blue. Maybe it will dry in time before I finish these brown bits, but that's very unlikely. Fungi, hi. I'm so sorry I forgot your redeem. I'm almost done, Fungi. Look, she's almost finished. I'm just doing the brown bits on the base, okay? Look at her. I'm actually pretty happy with how she's turned out. I'll be real. Once I do the brown bits, that's going to be the model done, okay? Aside from like dry brushing the white back onto the base. Trust me. Believe in me. Believe in the being who believes in you. You believe in me, right? I wouldn't lie about finishing. 5 years later. Wow. "5 years later. Wow. I kind of wish that you could like do those redeems and it wouldn't like go into chat until after the AI chatbot has said the thing. But I get that it needs to actually send the message in order for Tangia to read it. It is unfortunate.
Do you hear the voices too?
Heat_guy_J just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. Wow. I am just... Every time I lean in to paint the miniature, I realize my model just goes off screen. Wow. We're almost done now. We're just doing these brown bits of branch and vine. They're not super important in all honesty, so I don't care that much about like getting them perfect. They're just kind of there to break up the grays. I also don't have work tomorrow, Fungi. So, yeah, it works. I'm allowed to stay up as late as I want. Wow. Wow. Also, I've just realized there's a thing I forgot to, there's a thing I forgot to do. I'm gonna do that very quickly. Very quickly. You believe me, right, chat? Very quickly. Very quickly. It's not my fault I keep noticing things. Okay, I just see them. And so I must act. I'm gonna just leave that skull in grey to make it look like it's been here for ages and it's basically just one with nature. Because I don't want to spend much more time on this. Just like how I don't mind if I mess up a bit on the basing ruins. Because like, I think it just adds a bit of more naturalism if like, the colour isn't perfect, you know? It makes it just look a little bit more real and lived in. Ah, I keep finding things I've forgotten. Fuck. Oh my god. For real though. I'm almost done. I swear to God. I'm almost done. I swear. There was just one bit here I did not catch. And that needs to be done to blend it in a bit more. Oh no, I thought I'd cleaned the brush, but it had a little bit from before. That's fine. Just a little bit of discoloration. I feel like she's kind of doing like the rock eyebrow meme with her eyebrows accidentally. You know what I mean? Does she not look like she's raising one eyebrow up? Accidental, but I'm not gonna change it. I kind of like it. Lol. Okay. One last thing. One last thing. I promise. I promise. This is absolutely the end. I swear. I swear. I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm just gonna finish this little belt buckle on the back here. Also, Fungi! What are you doing up at this time? It's still 2 a.m. for you to... Oh god, I found another bit I need to fix. Fuck. Okay. Fine, chat. It's the last bit, I swear. I swear. 100%. The last bit. Just a little bit of brown there. You can see that. It's too obvious. It's too obvious. It needs to be covered up. I can't believe that. Can't believe that. What? It just needs to be covered up. Okay. Okay, for real, are we done? Are we actually done, chat? Final review of the night. Let's have a quick look from a distance. I still need to dry brush the snow, but that's not dry and it won't be dry for a little while. I need to rim the base, which again, I'm not going to do until the snow is done. But I think overall that's not a bad job for one night. Yeah. I do think that when this is dry brushed white, it's going to look a lot better because right now I feel like it looks just a bit too close to the sort of like blue of her skin. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. It is silly o'clock at night. Heat guy, thank you so much. Like literally, we started it with just a Zenithal Prime done this morning, and we started putting colors on it at the start of this stream. It's not our best work, I don't think. Like the Fulgrim we finished last week, it took a couple of days to do. But I think for one night, I think we did okay, you know. I mean, I don't even play Age of Sigmar. I just like the model. I just like the model, which is the only reason I got her. I just like the model, and I think she looks cool. Which honestly, I think is more than enough motivation to buy a miniature if you just think you can have fun painting it. It's like that's what I try and focus on, is just having fun with the hobby. Yeah, okay. I should find someone to raid. Who's even streaming at this time of night? I see Moo doing some Subnautica. Do I know any hobby streamers? None of my hobby streamer friends are streaming. Could raid into Unstable. Unstable's always a stream regular. And they've only got one viewer. They're just doing some Darktide, which, you know, we enjoy some Darktide. Yeah, I don't think we've ever actually, I don't think we've ever gotten to raid into Unstable. So I think that might be what we do. And they've only got a couple of viewers, so that's important to share around. Thank you so much, chat, for coming to join. I hope you had a wonderful time with us. I've been Tiger. We had a fun time here. Tomorrow we are doing an Elden Ring Night Rain collab. I might do something else earlier if I have time for it, maybe. But thank you so much. You're a wonderful community. I love sharing the things I love with you. And I hope I will see you tomorrow, okay? Be good. Take care of yourselves. Get yourselves a little treat. I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Trapsuni, it's been almost 6 hours. Look what we did. It started with just a prime, and now she's finished. Well, I still need to do the finish the base, but like it's wet, so I can't do anything with it now. But yeah. I know, chat. She's like the one Warhammer model where I'm like, hear me out. Lol. But yeah. See you later. Mwah. Mwah.